Hello quý vị, chào mừng quý vị đã tới với Zoe Trần. Zoe Trần.
Hello. Hi everyone. Okay, let's get rid of this echo. Okay, I think you're. Oh, Leo. Is it you?
I'm leaving. That's what it was.
Okay, yeah, maybe. All right. All right, so you don't need your microphone, Leo. But all right, everybody else that is joining us through here, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Okay, are you guys able to see the presentation screen? On Zoom, guys?
Yes.
You can. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Got it.
Yes.
Guys, y'all don't have to follow on the computer unless you're doing something else. That's fine. But what they're looking at is this right here. All right. All right. So let's go ahead and get started with today's class. We're going to be talking about working with buyers, and we're going to be talking about working with leases, both landlord leases and tenant leases. So we're going to talk about in real estate, there's always two different transactions that you can represent, right? So you're either, when it's an actual sale of a property, you're either representing a seller and a buyer or a buyer, right? And those documents tend to get a little bit more confusing, more complex because there are more contract forms that need to be followed. In in leases, it's going to be the same thing. You're either representing the landlord, which is the one selling the property, but in this case renting it, or you're representing the tenant, which in this case would be the buyer or the person wanting to rent the property. In leases, however, it's not as complex as the buyer and selling process when it comes to contract forms. So that's why we are going to cover both aspects of landlords and leases. I'm sorry, of tenants and leases on today's class. So we'll go ahead and start off with the buyer class. You guys on Zoom, please feel free to unmute your mics if you guys need to step in and ask any questions that you may have. Abigail. All right, so in the buyer section, let's go ahead and start off. So we talk about with market knowledge in hand, your next step is to qualify buyers and set up an appointment for the consultation. Whether you're speaking to someone in your network or a referral who has expressed interest, expressed a desire to purchase, responding to a buyer's sign calls or inquires from an open house or making contact when a buyer searches for properties on your website, you have two objectives. The first one is obviously always going to be, are they interested in purchasing a home, or do they need to make a payment for a buyer, an appointment for a buyer consultation? So what we're going to do is we're going to cover both aspects. How do you handle the transaction when they're coming to you and they want to talk about the home purchase and whatnot? And then the second thing is going to be the buyer consultation. We highly encourage you guys to do buyer consultations anytime a client wants to start talking about the buying process. The reason with that is because typically the first thing you're gonna do is say, hey, we need to get you in touch with a lender so that you can get pre-approved. However, when we do that, a lot of the times people feel like they're just being pushed away. Like they're just like, oh, I can help you because you don't have a pre-approval letter. Instead, we encourage you guys to set up a buyer consultation. And in that buyer consultation, we're going to cover everything that you need to talk to a buyer about setting the expectation for the purchase. Okay, that buyer consultation is the exact same thing as a listing presentation. If you were trying to, in real estate, we hear a lot about that. We hear a lot about listing presentations. And when a seller wants to buy a property, you're going to do a CMA, you're going to prepare this nice packet, but we don't talk enough about what happens when a buyer contacts you. And for that reason, buyers come to us all the time and we're so quick to say, oh, well, you need to talk to a lender first. But instead of doing that, we're going to teach you guys the conversation that you need to have when you're talking to those buyers to guide them on the right track with a buyer consultation. When buyers call on a property they saw online or driving by, this sounds like an instant client, right? No. Buyers who are calling on properties often have two goals. They want to either eliminate the property with a quick call. They want to determine if the house has potential. If it doesn't, they don't have to see it. Or number two, they want to eliminate you. Until they are ready to make a move, they want to avoid salespeople. So how do you accomplish your goal first? By using scripts that give the buyer the information they are looking for on the property, but at the same time enable you to find out enough about them and demonstrate your value before they eliminate you. So I was recently talking to Raul actually about this process of phone calls. Okay, the process of phone calls can be very wishy-washy because people, if somebody's giving you a call, this is exactly what they want to do. They either want to eliminate the property from their list, or they want to go ahead and just use us as agents for a fast key entrance to the property. Okay, people know we have codes, people know we have access to the MLS, we have super keys, and a lot of the times these people simply want to call you and say, hey, is this property still available? Yes, it is. Well, I want to see it. Can you show it to me? And a lot of these people, what they're looking for is for you to just drive out, open the door, show them the property, and after that, you won't hear from them again, right? So much like if you were taking on or you were handling a buyer that you're working with, that's how we have to handle those calls. Because first of all, we want to make sure that they are a serious buyer. Number two, that they're not just going to use us to get into a house and then just, not want to work with us. And then, of course, most importantly, we need to determine if this person is working with a realtor or not. Okay? Qualifying your buyers. Use the buyer lead sheet on the following pages to guide you through the buyer qualification process. The buyer lead sheet will assist you in determining whether or not the buyer is ready to buy a home, and the things that you need to look for are tabbed right here, such as price, motivation, location, their wants, their needs, their timeline, their finances, and their availability. Guys, for you guys that are joining Zoom, I believe we emailed you guys the presentation, today's presentation. So, Diana, good to see you. Come on in. So we emailed you guys the presentation, and in that presentation, we have included what we called up here the buyer lead sheet, which is pretty much a guide of what to ask people whenever you are pretty much interviewing them to find out what it is that they're looking for. But before we even get to that, we want to make sure that we rate the buyers. The buyer's ability to buy and the level of motivation are the two main points that you are looking for. Use these three simple categories to classify your buyers. This is exactly what we need to determine when we're handling a client. And this doesn't just apply just to buyers, but it does also apply to sellers in a different aspect in landlords and tenants. Okay? Number one is, Are they a ready to go buyer? Are they a green light buyer, an A buyer? Or are they a buyer that's kind of stuck in between of like, yeah, well, I'm motivated, but I'm not too sure. I'm not really in a rush. Or are they a C buyer? A buyers are able, ready, and willing to purchase. They will be under contract in a matter of weeks. B buyers, they are ready and willing, but not able right now. Something has to happen first. Get their existing home under contract, wait for their lease to expire, or get the cash from their tax return, etc. And then there's C buyers. They have no immediate need. They may have an exact expectation. For example, if they can sell their property for a specific price or get a house on the street, they have always left. Okay. How would you guys handle a buyer that you guys are talking to and they're clearly a C buyer? They're kind of just looking, taking their time. What do you do with that buyer? Do you start showing them homes immediately? Do you put them maybe on a action plan that they need to follow? What is it? What are some of the things that we can do with buyers that are not necessarily ready?
Put them up on a follow-up status, maybe follow up with them whenever they're, a few months from the time that they are going to be ready.
For sure.
Put it in your CRM.
Correct. Yes.
How? What did you say?
Put them in a CRM in a campaign.
Okay. Like, I see a buyer is like, I have right now a client, but she said, I'm not in a hurry, but I want to start looking. So that's a seed buyer.
She's not in a hurry, but she wants to.
That's what she said.
Okay. Well, but what is the reason? Is it?
I don't know. She's like, I want to look, take my time because she said, yeah, she's not in a hurry, but I don't get it.
well, then it depends. She could either very well be a B buyer or a C buyer. So we need to determine why is she not ready? Is it that she needs to wait until her lease expires next year?
No, she said that is not her problem.
Okay.
She wants to look something that she really loved and yeah.
So she's a serious buyer. So she sounds like a B buyer. She does want to purchase, but it sounds like she's in no rush. She wants to go ahead and take her time. And however, we don't really know, is it that she needs to get ready for a certain thing, or is she just wanting to coast, right? The reason why we want to determine where our buyers are is because based on where the buyer is, then that is the action plan that we have to take to help them get to home ownership. A lot of this process, this is why we encourage you guys to always, once you have that consultation with somebody, or if they tell you, hey, I'm not really ready to contact a lender right now, begin the process, let's find out why. Is it that you are having concerns with your credit? Is it that you're waiting for your tax return? Is it that you want your daughter to graduate next summer and then you want to go ahead and buy? So based on their needs, then that's the type of action that we're going to take. If somebody was to tell us, that they want to buy, but their credit is just not where it needs to be, what would be a good action call for that person? Credit repair. And we will refer them out to somebody with a credit repair agency. However, another thing that we can also do is put them in a credit repair campaign in our CRM. Because number one, we are going to be able to follow up and see and be able to track their progress. The campaigns on Property Base send you reminders that say, hey, don't forget that this Wednesday you have to follow up with Perla, who is on the credit repair campaign, and this week's touch is a personal phone call. The campaigns in Property Base are set up to give you those reminders. That way, not only is Perla getting emails from you, and they are emails relevant to the credit repair process, but then they're also engaging you to say, hey, don't forget to do this personal touch with people. Because while the campaigns can be great and you'll always be in front of them, people still want that personal conversation and that personal phone call. Okay?
Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a client in credit repair right now, but she hasn't been happy. It is worse because we go to the same church. And then secondly, I should have had like 3 or 4 transactions in June. Those people are in green. I'm keeping track of them via Excel spreadsheet, but they're dragging their feet. How can I get them more motivated? I've done everything that I could, sending them other listings, call them, talk to them. It's like I don't know what's holding them. They're not motivated to move.
Okay, so we definitely need to find out what is it that's holding them back. And if they are an A buyer, do they already have a pre-approval letter from a lender?
A couple of them, they're wealthy. They don't need that because some of them are going to be paying in cash. Two of them.
Okay. Even with these people, Jean, for me, in order for me to qualify somebody as an A buyer, is do they have a pre-approval letter? And if they do have the cash on hand, I do ask for them to provide the proof of funds, not the proof of funds, but the letter of funds that the bank will give to them. Because then we are able to, however, I don't doubt that this is the clients that you have, but how do you keep these people engaged? Are they already set up on auto emails
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
they are, okay. What is the follow-up process looking like for you?
Basically, I reach out to them. Hey, I sent you these listings. Is there anything that you like? And no, they're not be like any of them because I got the client looking in Richmond, zip code 77406. I've been sending him listings in that zip code, and he hasn't liked any one of them.
Okay. And what is it that they don't like, or what is it that they're looking for that they're not finding?
Right now, Biden has a humanitarian program where people from certain countries can come in if they have anyone who's sponsoring them. Right now, they have about 5 people and they have 3 people. I think they're looking for a bigger house, but in that area, the price they want to buy isn't, I don't think it's not as strong as it should be because they want a house with about 5 bedrooms. And in that area, 5 bedrooms, $500,000 is not gonna give you a 5-bedroom area because it's right across from Cinco Ranch.
Yes. And while this is not a bad lead or somebody who is stale, it is important that we do categorize our buyers on by category, because this person could very well be a person who may be ready to buy. However, they may fall more in the C buyer category, where they're looking for particulars, where they want to make sure that they are, yes, in Cinco Ranch, but maybe are they looking for this particular subdivision, or are they just not open to, if it's not a 5-bedroom home, or if the rooms are not big enough, is that going to be a deal breaker or a factor for them? And when it comes to categorizing people, you want to categorize them not to X people out, but to understand how to follow up with them. So with understanding people who are looking for particulars, it is important to know that maybe they are a C buyer. While they may have the cash in their bank, they may be more categorized more as a C buyer, which doesn't make them less of a qualified buyer or a lead. However, our follow-up process does have to be different. And when you do have people who are looking for particulars and who fall under C buyer categories, then we do need to understand that with them, it may not be a fast process like A buyers will be quickly under contract. C buyers, if they're looking for something in particular, then it's not that they are not ready, but it's going to take more. They're going to be looking for those particular things. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with the transactions that you're having, Jean, but I do think that that it is just timing it and just filtering down even deeper. And unfortunately, some people do want that particular house, and unless it has all those bells and whistles, they're gonna take a little longer to close.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And also, sir.
Yes.
I have, after you spoke with our mutual friend Carlos, he has not called me.
I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, I can help follow up with another email and a call with him. Hopefully we'll get that resolved, John.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Qualifying your clients financially. The financial qualification is required. You don't want to waste your time on the time of your buyer or the time of your buyer by looking at properties that are out of their price range. Get them in touch with a mortgage lender ASAP. Pre-qualification is a preliminary evaluation on how much the buyer can afford to borrow using the initial information from the buyer. Pre-approval is a more involved process in which the lender actually verifies a buyer's income, employment, etc., to evaluate how much the buyer can afford to borrow. So right here, we've set up some just differences from getting somebody pre-qualified and getting somebody pre-approved. So in a pre-qualification, there's not necessarily any serious credit checks, no letter of approval is issued, and many lenders won't accept this as proof that you're ready to buy. Or actually, most sellers won't accept a pre-qualification letter as proof that you're ready to buy. Okay? An actual pre-approval is what you're going to want to obtain. The pre-approval requires a hard check into their credit. You'll receive a pre-approval letter. You can start making offer once you're pre-approved. Now, with this right here, it is important that when we have buyers and we don't know exactly where they're at, or we have somebody who says, we spoke earlier about a client that has credit issues. So one thing that I would really encourage you guys to do is not only set them up with a credit repair company, but encourage them to open up their file with a lender. Because a lender will be able to look at the file and say, hey, Michael, it looks like, your credit needs to go up, 25 points. However, these are the accounts that you need to focus on. And a lot of lenders will partner with your clients and tell them, hey, I see that you have these accounts open. I see that you have these accounts here. And they will tell you guys, if you pay off, let's say, $300 off to this account, your credit score will bump up 8 points. Versus just telling somebody, hey, go ahead and just pay off this credit card and this credit, and advising them incorrectly. So people with credit challenges, it is important. Let's refer them to a lender so that the lender can dissect their credit. They can go ahead and give them a more realistic expectation of what they're going to need to get pre-qualified to buy the home. Get the appointment. You will qualify them and determine their ability, readiness, and willingness to buy a home based on the qualifications. You'll vary your follow-up. So an A buyer, get them in the car immediately. Okay. So if you do have an A buyer, and A buyers, guys, will very quickly become B and C buyers if we are not proactive. Which is why it's so important that when somebody is motivated and they're excited about buying, that we don't say, well, I really can't. I'm gonna go on vacation. I'm gonna go. And if that ever is the case, you never know. Maybe you are going on vacation that you planned a year ago. But make sure that you do guys partner amongst yourselves and say, hey, Raul, can you please help me? I have a buyer who wants to go look at these properties. Will you do me the favor of showing them these properties? Because buyers can go from very motivated to very unmotivated, and a buyer that you can close with in 4 to 6 weeks can become a buyer that you may end up closing in 4 to 6 months. So, and it really is that approach. If it is an A buyer, get them in the car immediately. Let's start showing them houses. Let's keep them interested, and you'll get those people under contract. B buyers, identify what needs to happen first, then help them achieve their goal. Put them in the database and on a CRM campaign based on their needs and stay in touch. C buyers, manage them electronically by putting them in your CRM database and an action campaign. Keep yourself top of mind for when they are ready to move forward. If this buyer lead came from your database, came to you based on the buyer calling in a certain property, and the home happens to be in their price range, make an appointment for them to see property and have a consultation. And this is where your clients may be at, Jean. Your client may be a C buyer who is looking for something in particular. However, these people, while they may not close quickly, it is going to be, and this says it here, the minute that they call you and say, hey, this house just became available, sometimes people annoy us. We can very quickly become like, well, I've been sending you houses. You never reply to my text messages. You don't reply to my email. However, and it's okay, because sometimes we have C buyers who are looking for those particulars. So when that person calls you and says, hey, this house just came up, number one, the fact that they're still coming to you is a great sign that they're still going to be doing business with you. And number two is they may just be a C buyer. They may just be a C buyer. And while you would have rolled out the red carpet for somebody who is ready to go see 10 houses on the first week that you've met them, this person may be 4 months on the road sending you a house, but they're still as important. But again, they're just looking for particulars. The buyer consultation is a fantastic opportunity to pave the way for a successful and long-term relationship with customers. Your objectives during the meeting with the buyers are to discover their needs, wants, and values, showcase your service, educate and set expectations for how you will work together, walk away with a signed agreement, the buyer representation agreement. Customers experience is all about the buyer's consultation. You are giving your undivided attention to your buyers, demonstrating that you genuinely care about matching them to their perfect home. You have brought your entire skill set to the table, demonstrating your ability to provide the kind of expertise and perspective that will allow them to make their sound decisions. When working with buyers, the buyer consultation is possibly the most important point because it is how you convert your meeting into a signed buyer representation agreement. When buyers come to us, they may come to us because somebody said that we were great, okay? Or they may come to us because they found us on social media and they see that we always post something, right? However, in the buyer consultation, that is our moment to shine. Okay, and in that buyer consultation is where this person is either going to connect with you and be willing to work with you, or they're going to decide, you know what, I don't know if I want to work with this person. Okay, and what that really comes down to is how we interact with them, the information that we bring to them, which is why we attach here the questions and the things, the topics that you should be covering with your buyers. Let's take an in-depth look at the 8 steps to the buyer consultation. So step number 1 is set the stage. You only have one opportunity to make a good first impression. Take time to express your gratitude, listen to them, and clarify what they want in a home and what they expect from a professional relationship. Educate your buyers. Information is power. A buyer who knows what to expect is a confident buyer, and a confident buyer is much easier to work with than an anxious or uncertain buyer who will bring up objections at crucial points in the process. Set them up for success by explaining the major milestones they will encounter. Have names and contact information of lenders that you can provide them if they do not have a lender. Cover the mortgage and loan process. This is especially important if your buyers have not yet been pre-approved for a mortgage loan. If your buyers are still putting off contacting a lender, use the previous script to demonstrate the advantages of the pre-approval. If they continue to refuse, you may want to consider working with this buyer. And while we don't want to discard possible leads and possible clients, again, it is important to know that some people are not as motivated as others, and some people you cannot, contact on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, because all we do sometimes is stress ourselves out when these people just want to take their own time. Describe making an offer and negotiating. Explain to your buyers that you will do a comparative market analysis before they make the offer that will give them the knowledge they need to make an informed decision. This right here is super important. I have never sent in an offer on a home that I didn't do a CMA on. And the reason is because I always tell my clients, okay, first of all, I'm going to make sure that the offer that we're sending, because clients, for buyers, it's very easily for them to think like, well, this person just wants to get paid. They don't really care if I pay $290 for the house or $260, right? So I always do a CMA on the property, and I advise my clients, hey, based on the CMA that I did, the home is either priced correctly, we should do a full asking offer, or the house is overpriced. I do think we should go ahead and shoot lower. And then when you do that, that builds trust between you and your client, because now they know that it's not just a sell, that you really are looking for their best interest to get them the best deal. And even when it is, hey, we need to ask full ask, they understand that based on the market analysis you did, you're advising them this because it supports the comps. And when that is the case, if they don't take the house, guys, somebody else will. And most of the time, the house was on the market 2 days, your client comes back, and the house has already been taken.
The CMA to every house that we're gonna show, or just the house that the client wants to offer?
Just the house that your client wants to offer. Yes. Explain the closing. Give the buyers an estimate of closing costs so they aren't surprised when the time comes. Reach out to the lender to obtain a better estimate for their closing costs and cash to close amounts. This is another big thing. When you're putting an offer on a home, you don't want to be the one advising people of the expenses. Okay, you want to always let them know that while we have access to an amortized, or not an amortized, but a mortgage calculator that will break down the PITI process, right? The principal, interest, taxes, and insurance costs, and give us an idea of what that mortgage payment is going to be. It really is the lender who should be providing this. However, they do expect for us to know this. They do expect for us to, and it happens all the time. Your busiest time in real estate is going to be the weekends. Okay. Unfortunately, a lot of lenders don't work on the weekends. So a lot of the times you'll be reaching out and saying, hey, my client wants to make an offer. They want to know how much the monthly mortgage payment is. And sometimes you don't hear back from these lenders until Monday, Tuesday. And by then the house is taken or your client decided not to make an offer. Again, how we show up really has a big impact on how quickly we close a sale. So it's important that we do have access to those resources and that we do understand it. When you look at a pre-approval and it says that their down payment is 10%, then it is important that while they went to a lender to get that pre-approval, that we also do have those conversations every now and then with them and say, hey, when you make an offer on this house at 250,000, your down payment will be 25,000. Okay. However, this house that you're looking at 300,000, your down payment will be 30,000. Is that something that you're comfortable with? Because people sometimes don't keep those things in mind. And while we are not the financial advisors or not necessarily financial advisors, the lenders, it is important that we have knowledge of these numbers. The closing costs. In a buyer's market, buyers have more negotiating power. Buyers who do not have enough money for closing costs have two options. These are the alternatives. We can either request the seller to cover the cost or ask sellers to help them roll the cost into the loan by paying the cost themselves and raising the price of the home to make up the difference. Are we currently in a buyer or seller's market?
Sellers?
We are definitely in a buyer's market. We are. You don't think so, Francisco? Why don't you think we're in a...
I don't think so.
You don't think so? You think there's more inventory than buyers? Well, there is more inventory than buyers.
There's not enough inventory. So that's why it's a seller's market, because since there's lower inventory, the buyers are having to go after the same home, especially at a certain price point, making the seller have all the recourse. So they're going to get, in some cases, they'll get 2 or 3 offers on good homes ready to move in, and that's where the problem lies. We'll have houses sitting on the market, but they're either overpriced because the seller wants to overprice it, or they're not 100% key-term ready. That's where the issue lies.
Well, you may be right. You may be right. However, I do strongly believe, guys, that in a buyer's market, you are able to negotiate things like this, and you're right about everything you said, okay? However, in a buyer's market, it's a lot easier to negotiate these closing cost expenses. In a seller's market, guys, sellers are not, and this is a different perspective of it.
Yeah, and I think it's because we're still have the COVID thing on there, and that one was like, if you take that out of context and then look at everything else about that, I think we're still almost like a seller's market, buyer's market. And yeah, it's an opinion kind of thing. So I see what you're saying too.
And I guess it really...
We can be in between.
We can be in between. We can be in between. But I do strongly believe that in a seller's market, sellers are not going to give contributions. In today's market, guys, sellers are giving contributions. Okay. Right. So while we may be in a seller's market because there is very limited amount of buyers because of interest rate and everything that's happening, guys, closing costs in today's market, okay, or in today's world is happening left and right. Okay. And it is important that we know how we ask for this. So number one is we can either request that the seller covers the cost. How do you request for sellers to cover the cost? Seller concessions. Okay. So when you submit an offer, paragraph 12, is it paragraph 12? I think it is, right? Seller's contributions. In the sellers, I believe it's paragraph 12. In the seller's contributions, you can ask for the seller to give money to your buyer, okay? So that is one way that you can do it. You can also ask the seller to contribute, and instead of, and this one here is more common in a market where where you're finding it hard to negotiate the seller to give your client money, okay? However, let's say that the house is priced at $250,000. and your client needs $5,000 help with their closing costs. Okay, that means that if you put an offer at 250 and the seller gives you $5,000 as a contribution, that means that the seller is not really selling their house at 250, but instead 245, because what they're netting is 245 instead of 250 because they're giving away that money. In a scenario where you need that money and the seller's not willing to budge, we can do option number 2, which means that we can offer $5,000 more. So instead of making an offer at 250, we make the offer at 255, and we ask them to give us those $5,000 difference in seller contribution. Now the seller still sells at 250, but your client gets those $5,000 that they can use towards their closing costs. So those are 2 ways that you can go ahead and help a buyer with closing costs. Either requesting them as a seller contribution and just getting it, and if they don't, then you can go ahead and up the price of the house to get that contribution.
So another way is that them actually, they're gonna up the price on that house. They're pretty much financing those $5,000 extra that they're getting, right?
Yes. However, when you're a buyer, it's either going to be your cousin that's going to finance you those $5,000, and sometimes people don't have that, right? And you can't really go and get a loan when you're trying to get an approval, right? So yes, so unfortunately, it does get bundled into the purchase price. However, at the end of the day, a mortgage at 250. What would you say a mortgage monthly amount, Francisco, would be at 250 versus 255? Like $5. Like your client will go from paying $1,600 a month to paying $1,605. It doesn't impact your client that significantly. Now, obviously, when you step back and you look how much is created on $5,000 over a 30-year loan, then the numbers are a little bit more significant. However, even at that, buyers are typically not staying in their home 30 years.
Now, this is great information. Like you said, we just need to be clarified to them, so that way we can kind of present different options of what can help them within their closing costs.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, that's good.
However, if I was doing a CMA on a property that I'm making an offer on, and I'm going to be making an offer at 250, but I do a CMA and I can see that the houses here sell between 255 and 260, I probably wouldn't mention that. I probably wouldn't tell people like, well, you can finance the difference, because I just feel like that kind of sits different with people versus, hey, you're buying a house that you already have equity in. There's no harm in going over, because number one, I'm pretty sure that your house is going to appraise, and it's probably going to appraise even more than that. So you're still going to get a good deal. The sales price will have to be in line with the appraisal to satisfy the lender. Okay, step number 6 is close for agreement. You have used this information from the buyer consultation to strengthen your position as an expert who can assist in matching them with their new home. It is now time to request that the buyer's business. Okay. What? It is now time to request the buyer's business. Yeah. I don't know what that means. Needs and analysis. Abigail, can we make a note of this? Okay. Use the buyer's needs analysis. Oh, okay. The buyer's needs analysis. Okay. Analysis from form to ask the buyers about their ideal home. The questionnaire is the foundation of your needs and analysis. You will capture a precise picture of what the buyer is looking for, so you can provide them with what they expect. Listen and take notes. Ask things like, do you mind if I take notes? Be specific. You can't meet and exceed a buyer's wants, needs, and values if you don't know what they are. Ask questions and dig deeper using what about the living room was important to you? So if they tell you, hey, I want to make sure that that we have a nice kitchen. Well, what does that mean to you? You want to make sure that you have. Does that mean that what you're really trying to tell me is that you wanted to have an actual dining room area and dining room instead of just being, what does it mean to you? Does it mean granite countertops instead of laminate? Does it mean upgraded cabinets? So dig deeper and understand what it is that people are looking for. Ask things like, what else? Ask outside of the ideal. Never assume. Ask about household, not family, and make it a dialogue. You want to make it conversational. Establish the next steps. It is a real estate golden rule to never close one appointment without scheduling the next, whether you view homes immediately after the consultation or you need to wait another day. Make certain that you end the meeting with another appointment. And that really means when you meet with somebody, let's keep them on track. Let's have a plan. Okay, hey, thank you so much for coming to meet with me. I know you're going to be contacting the lender. Do you want to go ahead and schedule to go see houses on Saturday? Right? And then it's easier to kind of keep a follow-up, to keep people committed versus just saying, well, thank you for coming, have a good day, right? Or if you're out there showing houses, if you're showing houses, they didn't really like any of the ones they saw, then still, we want to set up an appointment of, okay, when can we meet next? Converting buyer leads. Working buyers can be enjoyable and exciting, touring houses and matching them with their dream home. Working with buyers can be broken down into these three steps. Step number one is finding the buyers. Remember, your number one job is lead generation. In this case, it's lead generating for buyers. After all, you can't work with buyers if you don't have any. The NAR 2022 profile of home buyers and sellers statistics show this. 86% of buyers purchase their homes through a real estate agent. 40% of buyers found their agent through a referral. 12% of buyers used an agent they had used in the past. 9% of buyers found an agent visiting an open house, and 89% of buyers would use their agent again or recommend their agent to others. Now, these are just great statistics that we can take a look at. However, for me, something that really sticks out is that while 89% of buyers said that they would use their agent again, only 12% of them actually used their buyer on their that they had used in the past. Why do you guys think that while 90% of them, almost all of them, are saying that they will work with you again, 12%, only 12% actually use their agent again?
Because you don't follow that.
No follow-up?
The 12%, which is there for the paycheck.
The
not a
12%.
relationship.
The 12%, okay, correct. 12%, only 12% were not there for the check. The other 88% maybe came across as all we want is a payment, okay? And that is very true. That is very true. The relationship that you build with people is really what's going to determine if you get a referral out of them or if they would use you again in the future. But I do have to agree that 89% of them said they would, but only 12% of them did. And I want to agree that it is because of the follow-up. When we sell a house, we typically don't ever talk to that person again. Okay. However, that is a perfect opportunity to maintain a relationship. Everybody who you have closed should be on a campaign where you follow up with them for the rest of the years to come. And the things that you would want to touch them with are not necessarily, what you did whenever they were trying to buy a house, but things that you can stay in touch with them is just simply, hey, just want to wish you a happy new year. Holiday campaigns are a great follow-up piece, okay? The property base also has campaigns for property owners, and it gives them tips like every 4 months, it'll send an email that says, hey, don't forget to change out or let's say filters, right? Don't forget to check to change the filters. Once or twice a year, it'll send them a template that says time to review the battery on your smoke detectors, right? Things like that. Once a year, it sends things like, don't forget to file for your homestead exemption. Those are great things to use to follow up with buyers that you have closed, okay? And then there's also an opportunity to post every year. Happy anniversary, Jennifer. It was great working with you. I hope you're having a great time. And it just keeps you in front of people. Send out birthday cards. Send out, holiday cards. Just stay in front of people because this is a big referral portion that we miss out on a lot of the times. Lead generation opportunities, prospecting opportunities. Following up with past clients and consistently staying in touch with your sphere of influence will increase your funnel of METs. METs is a common tag used in your CRM system to help track and client conversion from your prospects to a customer becoming a client. But after you've contacted all of your personal contacts and any referrals you receive, how will you find more contacts? So far, we've learned a couple of methods for locating, contacting, and connecting with potential clients. We will now apply this knowledge to various prospecting opportunities. The METs is a very important tag, okay? As you're building your CRM, you can start tagging people. Okay, and if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I have a credit problem," you can tag them with credit repair. Okay, and now every time you want to do a call or a follow up on people with credit repair, all you got to do is look for that tag and follow up with them on that. Using met is one of the most common tags because those are people that you have met, okay, that maybe have not been converted into a client, or if they have become a client, it gives you the opportunity to follow up with them and stay and keep them engaged for future referrals. Yes.
This is the first time I've heard of Net. Is that implemented on this new CRM that we're building?
So tags you just create. So, however, the two really popular tags in real estate are have not met and met. And you categorize people as you're entering them into your CRM. And have not met can be people that maybe you're cold calling and you want to go ahead and see if, let's say you're calling expireds, right? And you have a conversation with them, but you haven't met with them. You enter them into your database and they would go into the have not met. And the goal is to convert as many have not met into met.
Thank you.
Page 9 has this buyer lead sheet. This buyer lead sheet is what we provide to you guys that you can use when you have a new buyer. So at the very top, it gives you an opportunity to put the lead source, or whether it's a referral from somebody, or if it's a property that they called in on. The contact information. This even includes like children's name. Don't really need to get that, but it's on there. And then there's questions for the buyer consultation for the pre-qualification process. So when you're talking to a buyer, what are those questions that you need to ask? Has an agent taken you out and shown you any properties, right? Yes or no? Is there anybody else buying the home with you? Will you be living in your home? How long have you been looking for a home? I'm just curious, why is it that you're moving? Are you renting or do you own now? All of these questions are super important because it gives you the opportunity to understand what this client may be looking for. If somebody says that they own a home, well, then that could very easily become a seller and a buyer. However, now you know that maybe we need to find out what their address is, send them information about their neighborhood, maybe updates of like, hey Mario, just wanted to show you this house just sold in your house at 294. You know, if you're still considering, please let me know. So it gives you an opportunity to go ahead and stay in touch with people a little bit better. If it's a renter, you want to ask them, do you know when your lease is up? If it's an owner, do you need to sell your current home before you buy the next one? If yes, have you signed a listing agreement with another agent to sell your home? If they say no, you want to go ahead and schedule that consultation. You want to wrap that deal in and you want to say, hey, when can we meet? I would love to give you a CMA on your property. What can we do next? Are you going to be paying cash or will you be getting a mortgage to purchase your home? Have you already been pre-approved by a lender? Who are you working with if they already have a lender? What is the amount you are pre-approved for, and what will your down payment be? Now, this right here is a lot of questions for properties, for leads that come in through an address, right? So say somebody is driving your neighborhood and you have a for sale sign and they call you, or even if they call you and they just want information on another property, these are good questions to ask so that we understand what type of buyer this is and how we can help them. A few more questions on the following page. I won't go through them, but just a lot of helpful information that you can do. And of course, final goal is to schedule that appointment and time to meet with them.
This is a list that you have to send to the buyer before you meet them?
No,
Or this is something like
this
to
is
guide us?
it's to guide you.
Okay.
But that one is typically for when you're getting calls asking for information on a property, okay? Or and you really don't know where the buyer, who the buyer is. You don't know if they've been pre-approved. You don't really,
Oh,
so
when
those,
you are the listing agent, you mean?
when you're the listing agent, or when somebody calls you for just because they saw another property and they contacted you because they saw you online or wherever it is. Yes. Now this right here is the buyer consultation. Okay, so once you have scheduled an in-person buyer consultation and we'll be explaining the process, how the process looks and what they can expect when they go under contract, share the out-of-pocket costs below. This right here is one of the most important pieces of information that you can share with a buyer when you meet with them, because you're going to educate them on the process. They're going to know that you're very knowledgeable, and you're going to be able to give them a realistic expectation of the expenses that are to come. All right. So the top section of every section here has been written in red with a blank, and that is for you guys to write in when this is going to be due. And the reason why we put this date in here is because it's important that you tell your buyer, hey, I know your lender has told you that your 3.5% down payment is going to be, let's say, $17,000. However, that's what's going to be needed at closing. But until you get there, these are fees that come up. And the first thing is going to be the earnest money. You want to explain to them that this is typically 1% of the sales price, and it gives you an explanation of what to tell them. People want to know what earnest money is. It's a good faith deposit, an honorable commitment on behalf of the buyer to show their intentions to purchase a property. Earnest money will be held and delivered to the company within 3 days after getting the offer accepted. It is highly recommended that the earnest money is delivered to the title company within 2 days in case of an emergency may come up on the third day. If we miss the deadline, we are at risk of losing your earnest money, as you would be considered to be in default. The earnest money is credited to your cash to close, the amount on the day of closing. So it's very important that not only these people understand what earnest money is, that it is important that they know, why is it that on the last house we gave $2,500 and now you're telling me that we have to give $2,700 on this one. You know, it is important to let them know that typically the deposit that sellers are going to ask for, or earnest money, is going to be 1% of the price. One big thing that I have run across in real estate is that buyers will think that because they're in option period and they may end up terminating within the first couple of days anyway, then they feel like they don't have to deposit the earnest money and the option period checks. It is important that we do educate our client that if they don't comply with the contract says that within 3 days, this money has to be delivered. Although they're during option period, that option period protection only covers them if they are complying with the contract. So let's say that on day 5, okay, let's say we had a 7-day option period. Earnest money was supposed to be delivered by the 3rd day, and this person says, well, you know, I already got the inspection report. I don't know how I feel about the house. And on day 4, they say, hey, Louis, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and back out. Okay, but you haven't delivered the earnest money. In this case, you are in default. The buyer is in default of the contract, and the seller can sue to get that earnest money and fight for that earnest money because your client is in default. So it is very important that we do explain to the client that everything on the contract is time sensitive. So whether they are gonna terminate or not within the option period.
But if he haven't give the money, why? And I mean, he haven't give the money. You said right in the first 3 days, and then in the 4th day he said, "I'm gonna back up. I don't want the house." And then why, if it's, I mean, it's still the 7th day, why have to give the money back? I mean,
Because he's in default of the contract. Because the contract said that your option period was valid as long as you paid for, as long as you were you paid for the option period and you were in compliance with the contract. If the contract says that you have 3 days to deliver the earnest money, and if your client is in default, he's in default. And if the seller wanted to seek legal action against him for not being in compliance with the contract and defaulting, the seller could do that. So it's very important to say, hey, go ahead and just send let's go ahead and make the payment. We cannot default. However, if you do cancel, it's okay. They're gonna write you a check and you'll have it within a day or 2. Okay, so just make sure that your clients understand, and we never want to put our clients in a position where where they are in default.
Well, the option fee is not refundable.
The option fee is not refundable. No, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the earnest money needs to be delivered within 3 days, and that's after the contract has been executed, right?
Correct.
So if it's executed today, then it will start. The first day will start tomorrow.
the next day I heard.
The day after, right? Or am I
The
wrong?
day after.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. However, so what happens, guys, is the next day at 5 o'clock, the first 24 hours complete.
Gotcha.
Yes. So let's say you execute on Monday, okay? If the so the funds day one would be Tuesday at 5 p.m. Day two would be Wednesday at 5 p.m. Day three would be Thursday, right, at 5 p.m. Anything outside of those lines,
What about if you execute on a Friday?
if you execute on a Friday, then it extends. Then it rolls over. The third day falls on. Actually, it would still be Monday. However, this is a good point that he brings because if the third day falls on a holiday or it falls on a weekend. So in this case, if you would have executed the contract on Thursday, you would have
That
had to
happened to me.
you have
And
to
I was
deli-
getting crazy because I was
Yes.
like, it's Sunday, and you know, the
Exactly.
title company, they didn't tell me where to send the money, so I was very scary that, you know.
Correct. If the third day, technically what we should have done was push for our client to deliver it that Friday. That Friday to try to get it done. However, people are working, things happen. So technically the third day would be Sunday. Okay. However, the contract does say that if the third day falls on a weekend or a holiday, then your buyer is not in default. However, your buyer will be in default if they don't deliver it the following business day, okay, for within the time.
So if they do close or they sign the contract on a Friday, then technically it has to be delivered by Monday
Correct.
or Friday, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought Sunday was an exception.
No, Sunday's not an exception.
So you still count Saturday and Sunday,
Yes, you still count Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
Yes.
but that company,
No, that is. I am 100% sure about that. Sundays are not the exception. Yes.
New agent question. How do you know what title company is supposed to send the money?
In the past, agents used to put the title company in agent remarks. However, Trek has updated that and said that we are no longer allowed to put the title company on agent remarks because of fraudulent activities. Okay, because people were getting access to the MLS, seeing that this house said that if you make an offer, you have to deliver the earnest money to, let's say, Doma Title. Right? So people were going in there creating fake accounts as if they were Doma Title, and then they were reaching out to people and saying, hey, go ahead and wire the money to us here. And fraud was happening. So now the only way to find out what the title company you need to write the funds to is to call the listing agent and ask them. Call, email, contact them somehow. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Luis.
Francisco, will you look into this? This Sunday?
On the Sunday?
Yeah. If you're wrong, I'm not gonna embarrass you, so we just won't bring it up. But if you're right, I want to hear it. The next thing is the option period fee. Okay, option period. Also, this is important that we educate people. People know that they're gonna make a payment, but do they really know what option fee means? What does earnest money mean? Right? Earnest money is just your good faith deposit. Option period is what buys your client, okay, the opportunity to inspect the house while saving and not gambling their earnest money. Okay, so right here, just a quick description of what it means. Now, this, guys, is also negotiable, and depending on how much the house is and how much the house is worth, that's typically how people determine what the option fee should be. Okay, if it's a $1 million listing and they know that they're missing out $200 per day to give you an option period, then they may say, hey, it's one day per $200. That's kind of extreme. However, people will tell you, I always do 10 days for $200 because I want to protect my buyer. I want to give them enough time. I don't want to stress them. I don't want to push them. I don't want them to feel. I just ask for 10 days for $200, which seems very minimal. However, agents will counter that a lot of the times and say, hey, Louis, the seller is willing to go ahead and give you 7 days for $200. Okay? Or they may say, hey, our option fee is $25 per day. So if your client wants 10 days, then it's $250, right? So it just depends. But again, this is negotiable, and this is due when, guys? This also gets delivered to the title company. So how soon should this be delivered?
3 days of getting an offer.
3 days. Okay, so both option period and earnest money are due within 3 days of getting the offer accepted. Next, you're going to explain to your client that there will be an inspection that needs to be scheduled, and an inspection will range them anywhere between $400 to $900. Now, again, this is based off of square footage. Okay, a lot of inspectors, if it's a 1,500 square foot home, they may only charge about $500. But if it's a 3,000 square foot home, okay, and then they may charge more. This right here is just an approximate range. However, inspectors do stay very competitive against each other. So the ranges are typically through there. But yes, depending on what it is that they're inspecting, that's how much the fees are going to be.
What backs up the earnest money within the weekend? It says earnest money cannot be delivered on Saturday or Sunday or a legal holiday. However, you do count Saturday and Sunday as a legal holiday, and legal holidays as an effective day when counting 3 days.
Correct. Yes. So January 3rd is National Louis birthday day. However, the title company won't honor that. So if it falls on my birthday, you still need to enforce it. So it's what, it has to be a real holiday, right? So inspections that's going to be what the price range is going to be. And then you want to tell your client how quickly can they expect to pay an inspection. Within how many days of going under contract would you guys tell your client they're going to have to expense this? First day, second day, third day, right? The sooner you schedule it, the better. However, they do need to know that not only are you paying earnest money, option period, shortly after that, you also have to schedule your inspection, which is going to range you here. After that is going to be an appraisal, okay? A good range for an appraisal fee is going to be between $500 and $800 for the property. And this is typically, the appraisals always change, okay? However, the average time for an appraisal to get back to us, Francisco, would you say is 2 weeks?
Yeah, under 2 weeks.
Right? Under 2 weeks?
Yeah, under 2 weeks.
Okay.
It shouldn't take more than 2 weeks.
Perfect. Perfect.
7 days to 10 days.
Thank you. So do let the client know that the appraisal expense will shortly come after they go under contract. However, this typically doesn't ever really happen during option period, okay? We have it as within 2 to 3 weeks. However, depending on the lender that you're working with, some lenders are really proactive and will get appraisals done within 3 days of being under contract. And then there's lenders that want to make sure that option period is clear, that negotiations are done before they order their appraisal, okay? So to give them an idea, anywhere between, let's say 10 and 15 days is when you're gonna have to expense this, okay?
Now, the appraiser just justifies the price.
Correct.
If the appraiser comes and it shows that the amount the buyer is offering is on the high side, so what happens?
If they find out that the buyer's offer is not what?
It's on the high side.
Okay, so what is that, Francisco?
That means the buyer will go. That means the buyer will back out of the contract, right?
So there's different options that are going to have to happen. So when the appraisal comes in, what the appraisal means is that that's how much the bank is going to give the buyer. Okay, and what you're saying is that let's say that your client put in an offer on the home at $310,000. The appraisal comes in and says that the appraised value is $300,000. Okay, now a few things need to happen. So what it means is that the bank is not going to give your client $310,000. They're only going to give him $300,000. Okay, and where that becomes complicated is how are we going to proceed with this? And what the options that we have is either the bank is going to give your client $300,000 and they're going to cover the $10,000 difference, which a lot of the times doesn't happen because buyers already have a lot of other expenses. Okay, or we have to renegotiate the contract and the seller has to be willing to lower the price to the appraised value. Sometimes we have sellers that are not willing to do that, and unfortunately, we can't come to an agreement. Then the buyer does have the option of terminating and walking away without losing their earnest money. Unfortunately, by then, if they've already expensed inspections, option period, everything else that we've discussed, if those expenses have already been done, then unfortunately the client has to take a loss on that. Okay. However, there is a clause that says that if the property doesn't appraise at a certain dollar amount, then your client will terminate and get their earnest money back. So if it is because of appraisal, there is a clause in the contract that covers your buyers on that. So yes, it would be negotiating. Yes. The last thing is ordering the survey. So the surveys are typically, this is a range $500 to $1,500, and again, it always depends on how big the property is. If it's a 1,500 square foot house on 2 acres of land, then that survey is going to cost more than a lot house, right? Saying 1,500 square feet, but they're on 5,000 square feet. So surveys are range based on property to property. That's how much your client can expect to expend. In this, again, the survey also is ordered within week 2 and 3 of the purchase. Okay, so it is important that when we do those buyer consultations, these are the things that we cover. All right. Yes.
What if the buyer is able to present a survey?
If the buyer is able to present a survey, so there are so there's a few other things. Okay, if the seller has a survey, then we always want to go ahead and ask for that to use it. Okay, and in the contract there's a box that you check off that says if the buyer has a survey, we're going to use that one. However, there's a second box that says if the title company doesn't accept that survey, then either the buyer or the seller are going to have to purchase the new one. Yes, and if there is a survey, we simply got to just make sure we request it, get it to the title company, they'll make sure that they can use it, and we can go ahead and possibly save money there.
A request for T something.
The T47, yes. So if there's a survey provided, then there is a T47 form that has to be amended with the contract. Yes. Now, surveys may or may not be accepted based on different things. If somebody bought a house, let's say 5 years ago, okay, and they have installed a pool and they built a patio, then this survey that they bought the house with 5 years ago may no longer. The title company is probably not going to want to use it. They're probably going to want to go and resurvey the property. Okay. Also, if they bought the property, let's say 12 years ago, and the title company says, hey, this survey is too old, although they haven't done modifications to the backyard or the property, we need to go ahead. A lot of times they'll say the survey is too old, we need to order a new one. Yes. However, when you're making an offer for a buyer, always choose that the seller is going to provide the current survey, and if that's not good enough, then the seller will pay for the new one. Okay. When you're representing the buyer, you always want to negotiate for the buyer's best interest, and when you're representing the seller, you want to do the best for your seller. Okay. So if I was the agent on the other side and that contract came in, I would say, hey, no problem. My client is going to provide the survey that they have. However, if it's not good enough, your buyer will have to pay for it, and that would be a counterback that I would do because I'm representing the seller, right? You always got to find the dumb agents, guys. They're all over the place. You'll find them. Again, we don't get to make those decisions, all right? We present the offer to the buyer, to our client, and we tell them, hey, this is what's negotiable. What do you want to negotiate? And sometimes sellers are the ones that say, yeah, you know, it's no big deal. We'll pay for the survey. But if you can get away with it, with benefiting your client, always do that. Making an offer, call the listing agent, ask the right questions. You're calling the listing agent not only to gather information on the listing, but also to create a report. Remember that the other agent is not an enemy. You should try to work together towards a win-win situation. Remember to ask for the title company of preference. Once all your questions are answered, log into HAR and Matrix and find the MLS attached documents that you need. The seller disclosure notice, the water district, the survey, and the T47, and any other disclosure that might be there. Download them onto your computer and upload them into Dotloop. Assign signature slots for your clients. Now this right here is the required documents that you're going to need for your transaction whenever you go under contract. So when you go under contract, you'll need the 1 to 4 family contract, the third-party financing. If the house is in an HOA, the HOA addendum, the non-realty item addendum, the right to terminate because of the lender appraisal, the buyer's acknowledgement of seller's disclosures, the information about floodplains, and the inspector information. So-
which one is lenders appraisal again? Is it different from the appraisal we talked about the other time?
The lender's appraisal. So when you have an offer for a buyer who has a conventional loan, they are able to insert a clause that, is that correct? It's a conventional loan, right?
Conventional
NFHA? I thought it was, no, this is both.
wait, what's the question?
For the right to terminate due to lender's appraisal.
FHA automatically gives that to you.
Yes,
So
that's right.
There's no way around it. Like FHA says that it gives you that third party basically in the month, and it has to appraise by that. If it doesn't appraise by that, the buyer has the right to terminate.
Yes, so with an FHA loan, all you would have to do is include the third-party financing addendum because it covers them on there. The other one is would be used for a conventional loan. And pretty much what that says is, hey, we're making an offer. However, if the house doesn't appraise at 310, okay, then my buyer gets to terminate. And you want to be careful with the offer that you make and when you use this form based on the CMA that you do on the property. If you do a CMA on a property and you're seeing that all the comps are selling at 290 and this guy has a house at 310, you need to make sure to protect your client and say, hey, this is our offer at 310 because you're crazy and I'm gonna pray that this house does appraise at that because my client is willing to pay up for it. However, if it doesn't appraise, my client is going to get out of the contract without losing their earnest money. If you don't have that and it's a conventional loan, then you're not protected and your client technically is required to comply with that contract. Okay, which just makes it a lot harder. The non-realty item addendum, is anybody familiar with that?
Like fixtures or
Is this set by owner?
I'm sorry?
We're talking about set by owner?
No. The non-realty item addendum.
It's like if there is like
Those
I don't
are
know, a
some-
fish or something.
Yes.
Some of the things are not
You
attached
have,
to the
you have to,
bill.
you have to put $0 for that, so the buyer don't have to.
Correct. So a few things about that. So yes, you guys are correct. The non-realty item addendum has to be put in an offer if there's are any things in the home that your client expects to get that are not affixed to the property. So things that are affixed to the property are like the dishwasher, the microwave, the stove. Those are affixed to the property. However, if you are walking a home and there is a refrigerator, a washer and dryer, let's say things like a dining room table, right? A chandelier, and your client walks that house, your client can make an offer and their offer can say, hey, I want these items on there. So you can actually make offers on a house and say, hey, we also attach a non-realty item addendum because my buyer wants the patio set in the back as well as like the kids' playground, right? Because those are items that are not affixed to the house and your client wants them, you can make an offer for them to buy them. Now, in order for the non-realty item addendum to be, there has to be consideration for it. So we can leave it at $0. It has to have a dollar amount. Francisco, do you know what that minimum is?
I don't wanna see that.
Is it
So,
10?
As lenders, we don't like seeing a dollar amount on there, because then we're gonna have to confirm that dollar amount.
But is it enforceable if it doesn't have a dollar amount?
No, to me, if it has zero, I like it that way. I don't know.
Yeah,
as far
one
as-
time you put zero.
Yeah, I don't know as far as the contract is concerned, because I could just,
Yeah.
as the lender, it could be zero, and I want it to be zero.
Okay.
Yeah, a
So
lot
the,
of the times I've always put $0 because I put $1 one time and then the lender's like, we need to change this. So went ahead and did an amendment on it and then just put 0 and they took it like that.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what
No,
his rule is.
Yes. I do think there has to be a consideration dollar. Yes. When I do non-realty item addendums, I always just put $10. And to be honest, because that's outside of the sales price, right, Francisco?
Yeah, exactly.
So if there's $10, then that's
The thing is, like, on the lender side, if there's $10, if that's on the contract, we have to figure out a way to verify that that's been done, that $10 is stuff like that, and then whenever we come into trouble is whenever it's doesn't equal the amount. So we need to verify if it's the table or the refrigerator, why is it $10 that you're giving for a refrigerator that's worth $1,000? So then we come into a technical issue that is in like kind of money laundering or like what's going on there. We need an explanation, even though it makes sense.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just.
But because the house could have been listed at 290 with no appliances, but because they have appliances, the seller may be listing it at 295, right? So, however, I would double check that, guys. Double check that and see if there has to be a consideration amount on the non-realty item addendum, because I think that there might be.
Yeah, I don't know the direct rule if there has to be a specific, like, a penny or whatever on there, but most of the time the lender are gonna say no. Or if there is one, don't present it to the lender, and then that'll be like title thing and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've heard that too. With the non-realty item addendum though, it does have to be executed with your client's offer. Because if you don't use a non-realty item addendum, let's say it's a vacant house, okay, there's nothing else we're gonna ask for, but the house does have a washer and dryer. If you don't make an offer with a non-realty item addendum that says that your client wants a washer and dryer and it gets executed, the seller does not have to leave that washer and dryer. Okay, and if this has been a buyer from hell for them, and they have penny pinched everything on the inspection report and everything during the process, they may just out of just spite say, you know what, you're not getting this washer and dryer. And it's happened to me before where I went in afterwards. Maybe I was the buyer's agent from hell, but I went in afterwards and I came in and I said, hey, I forgot to submit a non-realty item addendum for the appliances, so here it is. And they didn't accept it. They said, no, this was not part of the original offer. We wouldn't have accepted it. So if you don't attach it to your original offer, then it's hard to get it in there. And I guess the most important thing about this is if there's anything that's not affixed to the property, your buyer will not get it unless you use that non-realty item addendum.
Can you still follow that even if on the MLS, like on the remarks, it says that the seller's taking those?
Yes. Yes.
You still can?
Yes. Because sometimes they are marked as exclusions. However, your offer can be, you can offer and make an offer for them. Yeah. And you can even say, hey, the house is for 190, my offer is for 193 because we are asking for the appliances on the non-realty item addendum. Now, one important thing about a non-realty item addendum is that the right way to write appliances into the non-realty item addendum is you guys have to say washer or LG stainless steel refrigerator serial number N36428792. You guys that is the right way to do a non-realty item addendum. Unfortunately, most of the time we left that property, went to go see 3 other homes. We didn't know they were going to want that house, so we don't have this, right? However, what you can do is you can contact the listing agent and say, hey, my client wants to go ahead and make an offer. Can you give me those serial numbers? Sometimes they'll give it to you, and sometimes they may say, no, you're crazy. Go back to the property and take your own picture. Okay? But the right thing to do is to put those. Most of the time, guys, I actually have never done a serial number. Okay? But unless I knew it was like this super high-end appliance, I mean, I haven't really been there, but technically that's the right way to do it. Okay? However, when I do a non-realty item addendum, this is the verbiage that I use. Okay? Washer and dryer, as well as a refrigerator, used in the marketing images and in the home at the time of showing. Okay? I even do a brief description. I say LG stainless steel refrigerator, as well as the Samsung white washer and dryers that were used in marketing images and in the house at the time of showing. Okay? And that is one of the reasons why it's so important to save that MLS sheet. Because once that MLS sheet gets updated, you don't have access to it. So if you were to say, hey, if you submit a non-realty item addendum that says, my buyer wants refrigerator, washer and dryer, and that's all you say, the listing agent can go into MLS, remove those marketing images. You'll never see that they were stainless steel or black appliances. And what they can do is go back into the home, put in a rusted white refrigerator and a rusted washer and dryer in there and say, hey, your client asked for a refrigerator, washer and dryer. You guys didn't specify what kind. This is what the home is coming with. So it's really important that you're very particular about that. Again, the right way to do it is to do serial numbers. Does anybody have any questions about any of these forms that I can go into more detail? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Well, too bad. I'm going to go into one more. The HOA addendum, guys, the HOA addendum is typically provided by the listing agent. So technically, it's the listing agent's responsibility to find out what HOA company manages the property, how much it is, and upload it. Sometimes the agents don't do that. However, if they don't do that, then I take that opportunity to write the HOA addendum myself, find out what the HOA company is. Sometimes they do even put it on there. They just didn't upload it into MLS for you to use. And what I do is I go in there and I put things like the buyer does meet the restrictions of the HOA, and the seller is going to pay for them. Then it even gives you a section that says the buyer will pay up to blank amount of money, and after that the seller is responsible for the rest. If the agent didn't include that, then I will take that as an opportunity to fill that out and say, I want it, your seller's gonna pay for it, and my client's gonna pay up to $75, and everything after that, your seller's responsible for, okay? Again, this is looking out for my client's best interest to spend the least amount of money. So if there is an HOA addendum and they didn't provide it, then you can go ahead and provide it, and of course, use it to your buyer's best advantage.
I have a question about the information about flood.
Uh-huh.
Recently, someone was asking me, they were looking at houses, and they asked me about flooding in the area. I told her that if the house did flood, that it's part of the seller disclosure that they have to submit that information. That
Yes.
is the correct thing to say, right?
Yes, that is the correct thing to say.
And that paperwork would automatically come. Like she would know that if she wants to make an offer, or prior to making an offer, she would already know, yes, this house was flooded, or no, this house wasn't.
Yes, that is correct. Okay. However, the flood disclosure addendum that educates the client a little bit different than what you're saying. So when the client buys the house, yes, the seller must disclose if the house has been flooded or not. However, in MLS now we have access to the floodplains, and it'll tell us if the home is in a floodplain. Okay. Number two, there's a website. It's that I use a website for, it's FEMA Harris County Flood something, right? And that I am able to type in the address and check if the property is in a flood zone or not. So you can do those two things. However, what happens to a property that an investor bought and they've gutted it out because it was flooded and damaged, okay? And they went in there. When they went in there, there wasn't any evident water, right? So they went in there, they are taking the property, they're gutting out the carpet, the walls, everything anyways. So when they list the property, technically they don't get to disclose that the property's been flooded, because to their knowledge, because they may not have ever lived on there or lived there long enough. So what happens in those instances is you can look for, is it in a floodplain, and educate our client as best as possible. Now the flood disclosure addendum that is required, what that one does is it educates our client to let them understand that today this home may not be in a floodplain, but unfortunately 6 years from now, there may be another horrible, flood, and now the floodplains have shifted, and now your home is in a 100-year floodplain. Okay, which means that if that was to happen, then unfortunately you would have to get, flood insurance. Your monthly payment would go up. So it just educates the client on floodplains. And why? Because we live in a city where we get flooded, if I sneeze too hard. So yeah, it's just a disclosure to protect you guys.
Thank you.
Yes. Walk your buyer through the offer. Paragraph 3 includes the sales price. Paragraph 5 includes the earnest money. So this right here is we just drew out all of the information on the contract. I thought there was more to that. Walk your buyer through the offer. So I guess right here is just showing paragraph 3 and paragraph 5. However, do educate yourselves, guys, with the entire contract. There are pages on the contract that you can just zoom through because there's nothing to pre-fill, but do get familiarized with the contract and what everything says. And more important than that, as contracts are being updated and revisions are being put out there, make sure you guys are educating yourself on the updates of the 1 to 4 in those contracts. Let's talk about cases in which the buyer loses their earnest money. The buyer decides to terminate outside of the option period without reason linked to the loan approval. The loan does not get approved within the day specified in paragraph B of the third-party financing addendum. The loan takes longer than expected to obtain the clearance to close, and their seller is not willing to extend the closing date. The termination of option, buyers will pay the seller the amount of money in paragraph 5 to have the house for the amount of days within that same paragraph. During this time, the buyer has the right to hire a private inspection. So this is your standard option period. Before we keep going, so these are just instances where your client would lose their earnest money, and it really is just understanding all of the terms, because all of these are not on the 1 to 4 contract. While we may think that, but the most common thing that we know is that if the client terminates outside of option period, they're going to lose their earnest money. However, there's additional clauses such as the loan does not get approved within the day specified in the paragraph of the third-party financing addendum. Okay, it is important that we talk to our lenders and that we ask them, hey, how much time should we request for the financing to be approved? Francisco, what do you say would be a good time frame for that to put there?
21 days.
21 days. I agree. But in that paragraph, it says the buyer, this offer is contingent of the buyer obtaining approval. And then it gives you a blank to be able to put in how many days you need. 21 days, I think it's a great number to put in there. However, agents sometimes will even counter that and will say, hey, that's too long to get approval. My buyer will accept the offer if you guys can obtain the financing within 14 days. Okay, that is pushing it. Okay, and if that case, and if that is the case, and that is going to make or break the deal, okay, then it is important to talk to your lender and say, hey, they're wanting to accept this offer, but they're telling us that they're only going to give us 14 days of financing to get the financing approval.
So we can do that. I think any lender is able to do that. I can do that as well. But this is where you and the buyer come into play, because we can need documentation. And the reason we ask for 21 days is because whenever I send an email, it's like, hey, I need a paycheck stub. I can't wait 3 days for them to send me a paycheck stub, because that holds up everything. The underwriter and the processor is not going to look at a file piece by piece. They'll look at it all at once. So they're not going to start until we have all the 10 items that we need. If there's one missing and we have 9, they're not going to review that 9 and just wait on that last one. So if you are going to drop down from that 21 days, y'all need to be on everything. Any email, you got to get it really, really fast and send it to your lender.
Yes, agreed. So guys, Francisco is amazing at processing loans, and it just goes to say that you would never just, without consulting with the lender, just send in an offer and say we can close in 18 days and not notify your lender. Okay, typically there's standards that we want to follow. Let's give the lenders at least 30 days to close the loan. Let's give the lenders at least 21 days to go ahead and get financing, because it protects everybody. Okay, and if you need to alter that, and if they're saying, hey, we won't accept a 30-day closing, and you need to modify that, or we won't accept a 21-day financing, we need it to be done in 16 days. We need to make sure that we are all, like Francisco said, that we are all communicating, and that most importantly, that the lender knows that this contingency has been put in there. Because what happens if we negotiated 16 days for financing, and on day 17 we're being told that they can't get the loan approval for whatever reason, then your client is in default. And even if it's by 10 hours, your client is in default. And at that point, if they want to terminate under that clause, unfortunately they can't. The seller can fight and keep some of the earnest money. On top of that, when earnest money is being fought for, the title company will not disperse and say, okay, y'all go figure it out. The title company will hold the earnest money until both parties can agree on what the release is going to be. And most of the time when there's a fight, it ends up being 50-50. Seller keeps 50%, the buyer keeps 50%. But if it really is, it's really up to them. Sometimes they may say, hey, we'll release, you know, $1,000, but we're gonna keep the other 2,500, right?
So we can actually write a clause in the contract that the
Financing?
the seller can, the buyer can back out if the loan company did not approve the loan within a certain period.
Yes, that is in your third-party financing addendum.
Okay.
Yes. So that's where you put the amount of time that your lender will need to process that loan. Any questions on the other times?
And the time stipulated in that clause might exceed the option period. Might be outside option.
Yes, yes. Because option periods may only be 5 days. However, financing will be 21 days. So yes.
Ay, Luis, necesitábamos esta clase.
Good, welcome.
Aprendiendo mucho.
Understanding the contract forms. So right here, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and just go through everything. However, I won't go into too much detail, but if there's something you guys want me to stop and explain, please stop me. So paragraph 6 is just talks about the title policy and who's gonna pay for it. Paragraph 6C talks about the survey, and this is where you would put if this if there is a survey, we want to go ahead and take it, and if it's not approved, who's going to pay for the next one? Paragraph 6E talks about the HOA statement. The paragraph 7B talks about the seller's disclosures. In seller's disclosures, it typically just is have the seller's disclosures been provided, yes or no? If they've been provided because they were on MLS, just mark it as yes and send the contract like that. If they haven't, then you can mark it as no, but then you also have to put an expectation. Here's our offer. Seller disclosures have not been obtained. However, we need the seller to provide it to my client within blank days. And when it comes to seller disclosures, guys, you can put we need it by 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, however, whatever you want to put. But you can be aggressive on that because obviously our client needs to see those. And if there aren't any seller's disclosures, a lot of the times before I even submit an offer, gamble option period, gamble earnest money, I contact the agent and I say, hey, we're thinking about submitting an offer on your listing. Can you please send me the seller's disclosures? And most of the time, before I even make an offer, we've already gotten the seller's disclosures. Paragraph 7D, 1 or number 2, accepting the property condition. Accepting the property condition, in this paragraph, it either allows you to mark, yes, I accept the property as is, or I don't, pretty much, okay? It's either yes or no. If the answer is no, then that is where you would put in what things does your buyer require to be fixed before, to be part of the agreement. So let's say that you guys are walking the house and you guys go in there and you see that the windows are broken. There's 2 windows that are broken, right? You can select the option that the second option and say we accept the property with the condition that the 2 windows are repaired. Okay. However, unless something evidently evident. Okay, if it's something that is evident, then a lot of times we can't see it and we can go in there and start making speculations, right? And say, well, it looks like there's mold up there, so we need that fixed. Well, we don't know, right? Unless you can see it, unless it's 100% evident. So most of the times we just choose as is. However, that does not mean that we're not going to negotiate once the inspection happens. And that's one misconceptions that agents typically have. If they mark accepts the property as is, are they going to be able to negotiate repairs? Yes. Answer is you'll still be able to do that. Paragraph 7H is the residential home service home warranty company. Right here, I always encourage you guys to type in $650 because this contract is defaulted to automatically be expensed by the seller. So if there's a number there, it's not negotiable. It's the buyer or the seller paying it. It's defaulted to the seller's going to pay it. Now the seller can counter that and say, nope, we're not giving you any money, or we're only going to give you $400 for that. But right there, that is what it is. It's a home warranty. Paragraph 9 covers the closing date of the purchase. I'm sorry, say that again. Hey, Alex, you had a question?
No, sorry, I was reading something. I'm sorry. I didn't realize my microphone was on.
No worries, no worries. Paragraph 10 is where the buyer will put when they're taking possession of the property. Typically, there's two options there, and the most common one is upon funding and closing. People want to go to the closing table, they want to see that money taken out of their account, and they want the key to go get into their home. Paragraph 12 is the settlement and other expenses. This is where the seller contributions go. Okay, so if your client is requesting money for their closing costs, this is where they will ask for it as a seller contribution. Paragraph 22 is the agreement of the parties. Do not forget to add the non-realty addendum if there is one. If the buyer wants a fridge, washer, and dryer, or any other non-fixture items, they have to include it in the non-realty item addendum. And paragraph 22 is just the check boxes, guys. At the very end of the contract that says we are submitting this offer with the 1 to 4 contract, the third party financing, the flood hazard disclosure, so on and so on. We talk a lot about the non-realty item addendum because this is the most forgotten addendum, guys. People forget to ask for appliances, and then your clients are upset with you because it wasn't included. All right. How to present the offer to the listing agent. Here is all the documents are back onto the dot loop and signed by the buyers. It is important to submit a complete offer and in a professional manner. In dot loop, select the 1 to 4 residential and the other supporting documents. Download them to your computer and send them via email to the listing agent along with the pre-approval letter. When you're downloading documents, you can go ahead and present them as you wish. However, I always typically just do one attachment to make sure that those documents are always kept all together and that they don't say, hey, well, we didn't get the third party financing addendum. Well, yeah, it was there, but it was one of the 8 attachments. So I do encourage you guys to just do one attachment. Right here is just a sample of offer submission by email that you can use. And it just says, good afternoon, Kelly. It was a pleasure speaking to you earlier today. As I mentioned, my clients are highly qualified and with steady jobs. Attached, there is an offer for 123 Main Street, along with the pre-approval letter and supporting documents. Below is a summary of the offer. This is just a courtesy for the seller, so that for the seller's agent, so that they can review what the offer is. It tells them the sales price, what kind of financing the buyer is going to get, the earnest money we're offering, we're going to ask for the survey to be paid by which party, how many days till closing, are we asking for a home warranty voucher, is there an option fee, how much and how many days, and then if there's a non-realty item addendum. Again, this is subject for you to change as you need. However, this is just a sample of an email that you can send to the listing agent. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. I hope we will get a chance to work together towards a smooth transaction. Kindly please confirm receipt of this offer. Now, this right here is very important. Kindly please confirm receipt of this offer. And you can state it however you want. However, a lot of the times when we don't ask agents to confirm that they received the offer, they will just take the offer and we will never know, hey, did you receive it? Are you discussing with your client? So that is very important. Another thing is you can make offers that will only stand for a certain amount of time. And what that means is, let's say that you know that they have multiple offers, you know your client is submitting best and final, okay? And they are really cutting themselves thin and we need an answer ASAP. You can in this email put, please note that this offer only stands for the next 24 hours and will expire if we don't hear an answer from you guys by tomorrow, July 6th by 5 p.m. Right? And that helps a sense of urgency to make sure that you get that answer for your clients or not. And if they don't respond, then you can tell your client, hey, they didn't respond, and your client can continue looking at other homes instead of waiting for days for this person to get back to them. Okay? Handling the counter offer. The listing agent gets back to you with a counter offer. It is very important to go over the counter with your clients and explain the impact of the changes that might potentially have on the deal. So this right here is just a sample that the agent would have gotten back to us and says the seller has reviewed below is their response. This is what would be more likely to be agreed upon, but not deemed acceptable. Seller reserves the right to consider and negotiate the offers until an executed contract is in place. Seller's price, they want 300,000. They want it closed before the by the 15th of the month. They will give you 7 days of option period, but each day would be $25 per day. The third party financing addendum, we want 15 days for the financial approval and no non-realty items at this time. Okay, so then you got to go back to your client and let them know, hey, this is what they're countering. They are not going to accept their offer at 290. They want it at 300,000. Okay, they're going to give us 7 days for option period, but instead of $100, they want, what is that, $175. Okay, the third party financing addendum, this is where we were just talking about if somebody doesn't accept the offer with 21 days, we need to let them know, hey, it's going to be super important that when you start getting emails from Francisco, that you're sending them the documents as soon as possible, right? And then you also want to talk to Francisco and say, hey, Francisco, we're about to execute this offer. Can financing be obtained in 15 days? And what is it?
I was just about to ask you.
Yes. And most of the times, these guys are going to say, you know what, Luis, let's go for it. We're going to make this happen. But we want to make sure that everybody is on board. And then part of this offer is, no, you can't have the washer and dryer and any other non-realty item addendums that you requested. So then at that point, now we have to contact the client because now we got to say, hey, they don't want to give you the washer and dryer and the refrigerator. So although the client may be offering more and willing, now that means that after closing, they're going to have to also go and spend more money to buy appliances. So we want to make sure that the client knows everything because it could impact them significantly, or it could just be an easy, okay, no problem. Hey, Abigail, are we getting lunch today? Okay, no worries. Counter the counter offer. Okay, so you present the offer to the client. Okay, remember that we are, so after a deep conversation with you, Mr. Wilson and family are ready to make a compromise and meet halfway with the seller to make it work. Remember, the goal is a win-win situation and compromising is part of the transaction. While talking to your clients, remind them the reasons why they are moving, and if you have a feeling that they aren't getting a bad deal, voice your concerns. So while you don't ever want to get emotionally invested into a transaction, especially as you're meeting your clients and it's hard to cut those emotional ties. So what you don't want to do is get too emotionally involved and say, well, I wouldn't buy the house, or you shouldn't get the house because you should get, you don't ever want to do that. However, sure, voice your opinions, do let them know, hey, I did a CMA, the house is, voice your professional opinion, okay? Here's a sample of the counter offer. And it just says, good afternoon, my buyers really thank the sellers for such prompt response and for the consideration of their offer. They would like to counter to your seller with a sales price of $298,500 to meet them halfway. The closing date is 30 days. We want to make sure that the lender has enough time. If we can get the appraisal earlier, we can close earlier. And then the non-realty item addendum, my client still wants the fridge in the kitchen, right? So although an offer is turned down, that does not mean that is the last of it, guys. You're still countering, you're still negotiating, and just because they said, no, we're not gonna give you the appliances, doesn't mean that you just give it up. In this case, we are saying, okay, fine, we won't take the washer and dryer, but we really need that fridge in the kitchen, right? I hope this is something your sellers can work with. I look forward to working with you.
This is an email, right?
That is an email, yes.
When the initial offer is countered, is there a need? Do I only need this email to update it, or I need to write a new contract?
You would have to. You do have to update it. Yes.
So I don't need to write a new contract. This will just be attached to the initial.
No. You do have to update it. You do have to change the contract.
Okay.
Yes. So
I'm writing this email first to see if they accept my conditions now.
Correct. This is just negotiating. However, guys, negotiations are not valid unless they're on an executed contract or on an addendum.
Okay.
So if somebody says, well, you told me in that email that I was going to get the fridge, if it's not on a non-realty item addendum, if it's not on a executed contract, it's not valid.
Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes it's good too if you want to update the contract right away with those conditions. Because if they want to approve it, they can just sign the contract that you already signed with those conditions.
Okay.
Correct. If I was presenting that counter offer that says, look, we're going to give you $1,985, we want the refrigerator and and we are going to need 30 days for closing. I would have updated the contract and send it to them with my client's signature in hopes that they're just going to sign it and execute it. When you provide those documents up front and they say here are the revised updated contract forms, the seller agent and the seller are more inclined to stop fighting back and forth over $2,500 and just, okay, let's just get the deal done.
Okay.
Yes. But yes, this doesn't stand. It has to be changed on the contract. All right, we talk about the sample dates to remember email. So when you have gone under contract, this is just a good follow-up email that you can use to send out to your client. Good afternoon, congratulations, you are officially under contract. Please find below some important dates to remember along with necessary checks that will be delivered. On Tuesday, May 5th, that is the starting of our option period. By May 6th, we need to deliver the personal check or cashier check of $3,400 for earnest money. It needs to be addressed to select title. Deliver personal check or cashier check to the title company for $150, addressed to title, to the title company, which is select title. This is for option period. Friday, May 8th, we're gonna go ahead and schedule an inspection. I'm still waiting for the seller's confirmation for the time. Friday, May 15th at 5 p.m. is the end of our option period. Tuesday, May 26th is the end of the lender's approval. Monday, June 1st is we're going to schedule our final walkthrough, and then Tuesday, June the 2nd is the closing date. Time to be determined. So you can prepare this email template so that the client always has it, so that they can follow through and just know, okay, hey, these are the deadlines that we have to meet, and this is what's happening on certain days. Do not hesitate to contact me. Below is the title company information. When purchasing an older home, there may be several items on the inspection report. It is critical to keep in mind that an older home was purchased rather than a brand new one. Remember to pay attention to your client's concerns and try to figure out what items in the 50 to 70 page inspection reports need to be addressed. Prepare the buyers for the 50, 70 inspection report and advise them to create a negotiable, non-negotiable, costly, and non-costly report review breakdown. This is a great approach to an inspection report. If you have a first-time home buyer, they're more than likely going to freak out when they get that inspection report, okay? Prepare them that the inspection report is gonna be anywhere between 50 to 70, 80 pages, and that it's gonna list everything wrong with the house. When you're a first-time home buyer, your buyer is gonna look at that and say, this house is falling apart, I don't want it, right? So it's important that we prepare them, hey, this is what happens, and this is how you need to handle the report, okay? Go ahead and make different lists. The negotiables, the non-negotiables, the costly and the non-costly, and break them down. What I do though, versus doing this one is, for me, is what is negotiable? Meaning, okay, I think I can, if they don't take it, I can fix it while I'm living there. And what are my non-negotiables? Like this, I'm not gonna buy the house if this doesn't get fixed. And you'll start seeing that there's things that you can negotiate and things that you can't. So as your client is going through the inspection report, they can look at things like, oh, well, the light fixture in the kitchen is broken, no big deal, it's old, I'm gonna replace it anyways, I can live with that. The outlet in the restroom doesn't work, I can have an electrician look at that, I can take care of that, right? Now the AC is not working, and if I don't get that fixed, it's gonna cost me hundreds and maybe even thousands of dollars based on the problem with the AC. That is non-negotiable, that needs to get fixed. And advise your client to take that approach for the inspection report. When you tell them that, they're able to, number one, they have the expectation that they're about to open this huge report, right? And they're not gonna get freaked out. And number two, it gives them an organized way of like going through the report. Otherwise, if you don't set this expectation, they're gonna call you and they're gonna be like, Luis, this house, I need this outlet done. This is broken, I need it fixed. The carpet is stained, I need it shampooed. A whole bunch of things that can be negotiable. Now, we don't decide what is negotiable and non-negotiable. We let that be the client's decision. However, we can give our professional opinion without getting too involved. Clients will almost always tell you, hey, Luis, what did you think of the inspection report? You know, what do you think I should ask for? And I always say, hey, I can't tell you, but I'm gonna look at the report, okay? And then you and I can share the things that stuck out. And what I do in those instances, guys, I look at the report, I look at the things that I feel like are gonna cost them a lot of money, okay? And I typically I try to only choose 3 and let them choose everything else. And I literally break it down to what I think is gonna be the most costly and important for them to address. Then I get on a phone call with them and I say, hey, did you get a chance to look at the report? Sure, let's talk about it. And these people are not gonna wanna talk until they hear what you have to say. So you can start off with saying, hey, I noticed that that the AC is not cooling to the temperature that it should. So I do think that we should have somebody inspect them. I also saw that there were some complaints about or some deficiencies with the roof. So I do think that that should be something that we take a look at. And maybe, you know, the stove, 2 of the burners on the stove are not working. So I think that that maybe should be addressed to get fixed, right? And the minute that you start pointing out these big items, your client will start saying, oh my God, yes, that was important to us too. You know what, I did see that. Yeah, let's make sure that we get that. And now they do feel like you're part of the process, and they don't just feel like you just didn't even care. You didn't even look at the report, right? And then they can go ahead and start telling you, hey, Luis, we also saw this, and that I would like to go ahead and get addressed. If they wanted to go ahead and get addressed, it's easier to just say, okay, no problem, and put it on an email and say, hey, this is what my client wants fixed. When you're looking at the inspection report, the inspectors use the proper verbiage. Okay, things like have a certified plumber, you know, or a HVAC technician, or whatever the verbiage is on for the proper specialist to come out. And when you're making those repair requests, you want to make sure that you are particular about everything. So you can't just say, check the AC unit so that it can cool. Because what that's going to mean is that they can bring their uncle to put some Freon on that thing and just have it cooling, right? Versus having an HVAC specialist come in here, give us a report of the completion. So everything should be labeled in that email. HVAC technician to come back, give a report of the condition of the AC unit, and have it performing where it needs to be, right? Things like repair the stove, fix the roof. You always want to go ahead and put who is going to be doing that. Otherwise, they don't have to get a certified person to do the job. And you always, at the very end, you want to go ahead and close it off with completion invoices to be provided by certain date, right? So what happens is when you're negotiating, if your closing date is on July 20th, the seller does not have to have anything done until July 20th. So you can't expect for them to say, hey, I want this to be done by this Friday, okay? Simply, it needs to be negotiated. The seller's agreeing that they're gonna fix it, and they have until the date of closing, okay? So something that is realistic is if I'm gonna do my final walkthrough on, let's say, July 18th, then I do want the invoices done and ready and provided to me by July 17th, because by then I wanna be, and that gives them enough time. Okay, it gives them enough time, and it makes them, you make them agree that by that day they're going to have these completion invoices. One important thing to do is to follow up on those invoice completions, right, Leo?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, tell us why.
Because sometimes sellers can provide invoices just to provide, but not being truthful. So they can just create a regular invoice saying that the HVAC has been fixed or the plumbing has been fixed. And so when you reach out to those contractors, sometimes they have no idea of that work even being performed by any of their workers. So it's and so they can provide you something that they've been fixed, but that doesn't mean it's truthful.
That's pointless. Did they do that?
Yeah,
It recently happened.
Yeah,
it recently happened.
This
Yeah.
happened to me and Vicky.
You and Vicky.
Vicky had the same issue that she submitted it. She got invoices. The buyer actually called, and the company was like, "We have no idea what you're talking about." So Vicky called the listing agent, and they found out that it was.
Yeah, they were fake invoices. That's
That's
crazy.
something I saw on Facebook yesterday.
What did you see?
So they were talking repairs outside of the house. Well, the house has cameras. The agent's talking to their client saying, hey, I know somebody. I can get your invoices with a really high price to give to the seller, and then one with a real price, but that's gonna be between us. And all of this was recorded on the cameras.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
Yeah. Never negotiate. Never have deep conversations at the house because you never know when they could be hearing you. Yeah. Oh God. Yes. But definitely check for those invoices because it happens. Writing a repair request, the inspector will usually send the inspection report to both the buyer and the agent. It is critical to thoroughly review the report and discuss it with the buyers. Repair requests can be submitted in 3 ways. Asking the seller to repair certain deficiencies. The buyer may ask for the home sales price to be amended by the requested repair amount or ask the sellers for money in lieu of repairs. Remember, all the credits that are given to the buyer from either the seller or agent are going towards the closing costs. There is no way that the buyer is walking away from the closing table with it. It is illegal and considered loan fraud for the seller to write the buyer a direct personal check. It is also very important to find out from the lender what is the closing cost cap so that it won't get exceeded. All the money exchanged between buyers, sellers, and agents needs to be documented at the closing disclosure. So we have the following options, right? We can either ask the seller to fix it, ask the seller to bring down the price, or ask the seller to for a seller contribution. So price decrease, seller contribution, or fix it. That's typically the three options that we're going to give the seller, right? Everything, the repairs do have to be amended. Now, once your negotiation is completed, you have an amendment form where you can fill in what repairs need to be done. You want to be very cautious because it only has limited amount of space where you have to fit in all of the repairs. However, if one form is not enough, you can execute 2 separate amendments to fit on 2 different forms. Okay. One thing I do want to cover is talk to the lender and understand what is the maximum. Let's say the repairs are $10,000, okay, or let's say the repairs are $15,000, okay, and the seller is going to agree, okay, I'll give you $15,000 so that you can go ahead and repair them. And then we amend paragraph 12 that says that there's going to be a seller contribution of $15,000. So now the buyer thinks they're going to show up to the closing and they're going to get $15,000 credited to their closing costs. It is very important that you guys understand with the lender if there is a cap of the contribution they can get, okay? Because I want to say that conventional allows 3% seller contribution. I think that's what it is. So if the house is $300,000 and the seller contribution allowed is 3%, that means that the seller can only contribute up to $9,000. So if you execute a contract that the seller is going to give the client $15,000, guess what? The lender's only going to be able to give your client $9,000, and the other $6,000 your client is never going to see them. However, at closing, your client knows that they have to show up with $20,000. They think they're going to get $15,000, and they're thinking that all they're going to need is $5,000, when in reality, they're going to need more than that. So do confirm with the lender if there's any caps on seller contributions based on the type of loan that your client has, because they will. Any questions on that? Let's talk about the closing date, the final walkthrough and acceptance. Congratulations, your clients have received an approval from the lender to close, and the title company is now balancing the closing disclosure. It is important that you do a final walkthrough with the buyers to make sure that the house has not been damaged by the sellers moving out or nothing major happened while waiting for closing. It is crucial to make sure that the listing agent provides receipts of both the work done in the house as well as photos showing that that the job was done properly. Make sure to have the buyer sign the final walkthrough and acceptance form prior to closing. The final walkthrough can be done anytime before the day of closing. However, it is highly recommended that you guys do it the morning of. And if your closing is at 10 a.m. and you guys have to schedule a final walkthrough at 8 a.m., do that because you always want to make sure that nothing is happening or nothing is wrong with the house within a few days. You can also schedule 2 final walkthroughs. Okay, if the closing is on Friday, You can choose to go walk the house on Monday just to make sure that the light fixture did get taken care of. The shower had a leak, it got taken care of. You know, you can do that visual walkthrough. However, I wouldn't recommend that you just go from Monday all the way to Friday's closing without visiting that house again. I would go back to the house just to make sure that everything is good the morning of, so we can go ahead and close and fund. Because it has happened. Francisco has a story for us. Tell us, Francisco.
Oh, I have different stories.
Tell us the worst one.
There's been times where the day before, so I really closing today, they went the day before and the house was broken into. So the window got broken into and they tried to take the appliances out. So they were damaged. There's been times where they stolen the HVAC system. And there was this one time where somebody went in there and vandalized. So they just painted the walls. So that just caused a whole bunch of issues. And just
So we can do that like you said twice, like go like
Yeah.
2 days and then that day in the morning.
Yeah, it just depends on you and your client because you can go the day before or you can do right before closing just to make
And I
sure.
have to ask that in an email to the leasing agent, right?
Yes. You'll have to make the appointment.
Yeah. You can just let them know and stuff like that. But yeah, it's really good, especially if they'll go on a Friday and closing is on a Monday.
Okay.
I mean, anything can happen within a weekend.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's been times where the fridge has been switched. So that's
Oh,
that
okay, they
happens, yeah.
change things.
They'll change the fridge on there for you. So
Why are people doing like that?
Yes. So try to do the closing, the final walkthrough as close to your closing date as possible. And yes, if you want to do more than one final walkthrough to make sure some repairs are, when there's repairs that have been agreed, guys, I wouldn't do the final walkthrough just that day of closing, because a lot of the times we find that they didn't really fix this or something is not functioning properly, and then we need time to make sure it gets addressed.
So on the let's say you have a final walkthrough in the morning of the closing day, and some of the things are yet to be fixed. What happens?
Then your client is either gonna have to just take a loss and say, well, I'm gonna go ahead and close, or we will have to push back the closing and say, hey, my client is not going to be closing until that AC has been fixed. So you have those two options.
Okay.
Yes.
yeah, I mean the thing is that like depending on how you do it, it's most likely going to delay the closing. Because if y'all say, oh, we want money instead that way we can fix it, that messes up the lender's numbers. So everything has to be recalculated, and they're not going to be able to do it in an hour or two in order for closing. So it'll probably have to be pushed to the next day. And if y'all need it to be fixed, well, y'all need to wait until it gets fixed and then.
Yes.
So which one would be the best option?
It depends on your client. I mean, if your client is willing to wait, or are they willing to take the money? It's going to depend on the client.
Yes. However, and that's why if there are agreed repairs, make sure you do a first final walkthrough ahead of time, so that if something is not done, then we can go ahead and make sure that we have time to complete it. What happens at closing? Please read the closing disclosure provided to understand what happens during the closing. So during the closing, for the closing, there is what they call a CD, a closing disclosure. And that is the final number that the buyer is gonna have to bring to closing in the form of cashier check or wire to the title company, however the payment is going to be done. That closing disclosure can be very confusing. Okay, you should always review it to make sure that your client is going to that your client understands the costs that are associated to it. What I typically like to do is just look at it and make sure that there's no crazy fees that they're trying to just throw in there. Sometimes, I've seen it where they were billing my client in their closing costs my commission, instead of having the seller pay for the commission. Or there were fees that were added and we didn't know what it was. Closing disclosure can be very confusing. I would encourage you guys to get with the title company and just set up a time where they can explain it to your client so they can go down the line. That number also, typically there is a preliminary closing disclosure number that the company will try to give your client to give them an idea, but the numbers typically don't crunch down to the final number until the day before
So the lender needs to send the closing disclosures 3 days prior to closing. That's a TRIP rule. It's a law. We have to wait 3 days after the CD has been signed. All right. So if you're trying to close on Friday, that means the CD had to go out yesterday, and the buyer had to acknowledge it. That doesn't mean that that's the final number, but it can start in 3 days. So if you're getting a loan on a property, there's always a 3-day waiting period, conventional FHA or any kind. So you gotta keep that in the back of your head. 3-day waiting period when the CD goes out. Me as a lender tries to send that out as soon as possible. That way the 3 days can get started. So we'll go worst case scenario. You know, the CD is not gonna be balanced. It's not gonna be the final number. It's probably gonna be up a little high. But we get rid of the 3 days.
Why would it be higher?
Well, why will it be higher? Because if I tell you that the appraisal is $700 and it comes back at $750, I have to pay the $50 difference. But most of the time it's going to be at $650, and then we just lower that down. That way, that's the reason why the number's going to come back low. I'm always going to estimate higher, because if not, then I take the hit on those fees.
Okay. So what are the other costs that the lending company come up with? Who owns that money? Is it the lending company or part of this?
So that's all going to be on the CD. It breaks it down line by line, and I think that's going to be more detailed class. We could probably do one with the title company where we break down the CD and all the fees that are included on there.
All right. So the last thing on here is just a preview of the transaction checklist. So for those of you guys that may not be familiar with the documents that you're going to need, this transaction checklist are in .loop. There is a folder in .loop called compliance checklist, and there is a list for every single transaction for tenants, for landlords, for buyers, and for sellers. This one right here is the required buyer documents, and it tells you the required documents that you'll need as soon as you start working with a client. Okay, when you start working with a client, what you're going to need is the representation agreement, the IBS, the general information, the notice to buyer tenant, the wire fraud, the information about insurance for a buyer, the HARI, which is the Houston Association of Real Estate Inspectors list, okay? And then for your protection, get a home inspection. So when you start working with a client,
It stopped screen sharing.
oh, can we, sorry guys, hold on one second. So when you start working with a buyer, for you, especially as you're just starting your transactions, guys, there may be like you don't know what forms to use. These are the forms to use. Up here, when you go to look for forms in .loop, right here we've circled where the documents are going to be found, and it's either if it's a TREC promulgated form, it'll be in this folder, the TREC interactive forms. If it's a TAR promulgated form, then it'll be in the Texas Realtor Interactive Forms. And if it's an HAR promulgated form, it'll be in the Houston Association of Realtors folder. There are forms that you will find in the brokerage miscellaneous documents. And down here in the required checklist, we have noted to the left of it where you're going to find these forms. Okay? So whether it's a TAR form, TXR is TREG, HAR, or the House Matchmaker forms. When you go under contract, these are the forms that you would need, that you're going to need, which are the executed contract, the third-party financing, the buyer's pre-approval, the inspection report, the seller disclosures, and if you guys will see that to the right, we've made some comments, like in highlighted, right? So for example, seller disclosure is provided by the listing agent, okay? The buyer's pre-approval letter is, you need the buyer pre-approval letter or proof of funds for cash buyers, okay? The third-party financing addendum, only for buyers with financing. So if it's a cash offer, then you don't need that form, okay? Followed by a few more forms that you need, and then at the very end, it's just required when applicable. So you always want to look at this list to just make sure that if it does apply, if you are in a mud district, if the home was built before 1978, you need the lead-based addendum. So there are a lot of forms down here that you may need, and may not be on the top list. Oh, it's lunchtime. All right, guys, today we have lunch sponsored by Mari with Choice Home Warranty. Choice Home Warranty is a home warranty company, all right? Choice Home Warranty is a home warranty company, and what they do is they cover any appliances, or actually they cover quite a bit of things at the home. Things like warranty on things that were already in the home, like the HVAC unit, the refrigerator if it came with the home. A lot of the appliances get covered through them. So we do have flyers for Maury on our wall. So if you guys do need a resource for home warranty,
I have a question.
you can always reach out.
The buyer that I'm working with, he said that they asked him for the home warranty, and he said, I know about the insurance, but now a warranty, he's asking me if it's necessary, if he wants to do it 1 year, but he don't want to do it later, or have to be necessary every.
No. It can be just 1 year.
Year.
And remember that in the contract, if there is a home warranty credit, your buyer doesn't pay for it. The seller's paying for this home warranty.
Okay, I'll do that.
Now, based on the size of the home, the warranties are different
No,
size.
yeah, the seller is gonna pay the first year.
Yeah, exactly.
So
But after,
next year, he don't have to,
no,
okay.
no, unless she wants to renew it and always keep it, no, it's not necessary. to
But
keep
the
it.
insurance is the buyer, right? Who's paying?
The insurance is the buyer, yes. All right, guys, let's go ahead and take a quick break to.
Thank you, Luis.
Yes, no problem.
I love the guy.
Thank you. Guys, on Zoom, we're gonna take 15 minutes to grab some lunch, let people go to the restroom, whatever we need to do, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. And then we'll go ahead and continue the landlord class. So let's do a quick 15. Thank you guys so much.
And then you put all your sessions. 1 through, how many sessions? 8?
8, yes.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to look at it, right? Okay, I can put it together for you, and then you'll have it. And then every time you come to a new class, we'll just add it in there.
No, I'm glad you came, Diana.
Sí, voy a empezar a venir más.
Yes.
Sí.
And we're gonna start streaming them on Zoom now.
Okay.
So if you're not able to make it, just-
Esta, la que viene, la voy a hacer en Zoom. Porque
Okay.
tengo que ir ahorita porque tengo el bebé con mi hermana.
Okay, no problem.
Sí, pero no tenía antes que me lo cuidara, pero ahora mi hermana ya me está ayudando.
Okay,
Entonces voy a poder venir más.
okay. good,
Sí.
good.
Y ahorita le escribí a la lender y ella me dice ahorita que, me dice, ayer nos dieron el CTC, que es el clear to,
Okay, good. Mhm.
so that's good.
That's good.
That means we don't need it.
That means you're ready to close.
We're closing to the 90.
On the 9th, okay. Yeah, so you're good to go. Congratulations.
Yes.
Yes. Did you get your CD already, so you can get paid?
The what?
Your your DA. Did you submit your file for compliance?
I didn't.
You didn't?
Eso es lo que tengo que, es la parte que siento que me ha faltado más, meter las cosas en el loop. No he hecho esas cosas, las quiero hacer estos días.
Okay. Te voy a mandar, tenemos una clase, en el proceso.
Pero recuerda que este cliente tú me lo referiste, el señor
Okay.
César.
Okay.
Sí.
Okay.
O sea,
good,
es
good.
tu lista.
Thank you. Diana, él está comprando con I-10, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Okay, what,
Vimos como 1000 casas. Yo nunca había tenido un cliente así en mi vida. Que vimos como 1000 casas, yo lo quería matar. Yo me estaba muriendo porque el cliente no importa. Porque mi cliente dice acá y ya me dice. Y bueno, tengo otra señora también, tengo también otra más, pero bueno, la que tengo ahorita que es la que dije, que está, ella dice que no está, pues es que no sé en dónde ponerla, sin el B, no sé, porque ella quiere comprar, pero a la vez ella me dice, pero no estoy apurada. Pero entonces ella dice que ella tiene ahorrado un dinero y ella dice que no quiere que la casa, ella podía pagar cash,
pero a la vez ella dice que no pase de 500, pero entonces ella quiere vivir entre Katy y Downtown, porque su hijo estudia en Katy, pero ella vive en Downtown, pero ella trabaja en Downtown. Entonces ella está como muy, y quiere una casa moderna. Entonces ella me dice, ¿qué te parece de Heights? O una buena zona, pero que quede cerca de ahí. O sea, me ha pedido tantas cosas que yo no... Entonces yo no sé cómo trabajar con ella, porque ella me dice, yo pudiera pagar cash, pero también siento que si la casa es más cara, pudiera pedir un préstamo, pero ella tiene aquí nada más 6 meses en el país. Ella tiene con la empresa como 25 años, dice. Ella trabaja en una de esas empresas, se me olvidó el nombre, Shell, una de esas empresas importantes acá de petróleo. Pero la pregunta es, ¿a ella le puede prestar dinero independientemente que ella tenga en el país solamente 6 meses?
¿Tiene residencia?
Tiene, no
¿O
sé si
solamente la visa?
Tiene la visa de trabajo.
Ok. Sí se le puede dar un préstamo, pero Abigail, yo me vi muy familiar with this. Pero calificaría para... ¿Somebody tiene ITIN?
¿Cómo es? ¿ITIN número?
Ajá, para reportar taxes.
No, tiene que, ella tiene apenas 6 meses acá, no sé. Hay que hacerle esa pregunta. No, reportado.
Let's ask Francesco. Porque la verdad no,
ella dice que
Sí
ella
va
gana
a
muy
poder,
bien.
pero con otro programa y a lo mejor le van a requerir el 20% down, que ella no tiene, si tiene para comprar casa.
Sí, pues ella dijo que quería, pero ella dice, imagínate que la casa cueste más, ¿qué me recomiendas tú? ¿Compro cash? Obviamente yo quiero que compre cash, pero yo no le voy a decir así, yo le digo, no, depende de lo que tú quieras hacer con tu dinero, pues, no le puedo decir, ella sí compra cash. Obviamente yo quiero que compre cash, pero no. No sé, porque ella dice que es una muy buena zona y tiene una casa súper moderna, entonces yo no sé, la casa súper moderna no va a costar 500, no sé, 700, 800 en una buena zona como ella la quiere. Entonces yo así como, ella me dice, no me podrán prestar una parte, entonces no sé qué hacer allí, hablar con un lender que hable con ella.
Sí. Porque ellos le van a decir sus opciones, van a decir, ok, tú quieres poner 300,000 de down payment y pensamos lo demás, ¿verdad? Para que no tenga que usar todo lo que tiene ahorita en ahorros. Y a ellos le pueden dar más mejor advice que nosotros.
Exacto. Pero ella me pregunta, advice a mí, yo, ¿qué le digo? Sí, entonces yo no sé qué decir.
Es para el lender.
Okay.
Mira,
¿podría hablar con él?
Claro que sí, mira, atrás de The Heights hay una subdivisión. ¿Estás familiarizada con el Sixth Loop?
Sí, un poquito.
Ok, so el 10, donde está The Heights, ¿verdad? Aquí norte del 10 es donde está The Heights. Más atrásito del Heights ya no se considera Heights, pero está ahí en la misma área.
En una buena zona.
En una muy buena zona, todavía adentro del 610.
Okay.
Esa área arribita de The Heights tiene muchas casas muy bonitas, esa área es muy popular para eso.
Okay.
Las compran como a 350, 400,000, they renovate them y las venden like at $700,000. Pero es una casa prácticamente new construction. So si ya quieren en esa área, The Heights va a estar caro. The Heights is pretty expensive.
Sí, me dijo, búscame una zona que sea buena y que yo pueda comprar una casa moderna. Me dice, porque ella dice que ella se ha parado en open houses y dice que las casas aquí en Houston ya son muy viejas.
Sí.
Yo le digo, bueno,
Heights.
¿cómo?
Especialmente el área de Heights, son casas viejas.
Sí.
Muchas se han renovado, pero son las más baratas. Las que no se han renovado son las más baratas.
Exacto, yo una carísima, así como la quiere ella, moderna, cara.
Ajá.
Entonces, yo no sé cómo actuar con ella si de una vez, porque dice, vamos a ver casas, y yo, no sé si ver casas o ir la primera vez a ver casas, porque hemos ido la primera vez, y ahí hablar con ella, llevarle el red para que lo firme, y decirle, contactarle con un prestamista, ¿verdad? Debería ser eso.
Yeah. Pero si ella tiene cash, whatever, like you said, whatever she's more comfortable with.
Okay. Esa es la que me dice, acuérdate, no estoy apurada.
¿Quieres que te haga un libro de training? ¿No tienes uno? No. ¿Pero? Sí.
Me gustó la clase, gracias.
Sí, ¿cómo se tu esposo?
Entendí muchas cosas que a lo mejor sabía, pero como que me las aclaraste hoy.
Well, good, man.
Gracias.
I'm glad to hear that.
Voy a hablar
Okay. Sí, ¿cómo está Álvaro?
Yeah, so this is what's going to happen next. I'm going to send you a link for you to credit report because the rates and the programs are gonna be based on that. I'm also gonna need your tax returns for the last 2 years. That way I can, look at everything and calculate your income. And then after that, I'll give you a call back with over our findings, and then I'll give you the options of how everything's gonna look. Yeah, if you want, you are not legally married, right? Okay. But, you would want to have her to get the loan, does she currently work? Okay, where does she work? Okay. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna need the same thing, on there, whenever you do the application, it's gonna ask you, do you have a co-borrower? So just put yes, and then just put in her information. I'm gonna need the same thing for her, the 2022 tax returns and 2021. Yeah, it's really up to you. We could always, move her around. We could start off with her and then remove her, or we can add her later on.
Okay, guys, y'all ready?
Yes, I'm gonna send that to you. Is this your cell phone number?
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna text it to you.
Okay, Zoom, can you guys hear me? Abigail, can you check the Zoom, make sure you can hear me? All right, guys, so we're gonna go ahead and get into section C, section 6, landlord and tenant leases. Number one is understanding the qualifying criteria for your, for the landlord to use, okay? So landlords require the monthly income per family to be at least 3 times the rent, and it needs to be proven by providing some type of income verification. Now, these qualifying criteria that we have here does change from home to home. However, it is pretty standard that people try to abide by this. However, it is up to each landlord to modify their search, their tenant criteria. So while some landlords may require that the people renting their house have 4 times the rental, the month's rent, some others may require 3.5 times the rent. However, the most standard criteria is the one that we have here on this class. And what that is they will typically only need the agent to make 3 times the rent. Okay, they will need to provide their income by providing the last 3 months of pay stubs if the prospect is on a W-2. Or if the prospect does not get paid with paycheck stubs, they will need to provide the last 6 months of bank statements if they are self-employed. Job history will be checked, and current and previous managers for HER department will be contacted. Hey, Abigail, can we make a note here? This bullet point should be 1, 2, 3. The third bullet point should say managers or HR department, not HAR. So they will either be contacting their managers or their human resource department to verify that that is what their work and that the income that they are reporting is correct to what they are getting paid. They are going to want the tenants to have good rental history. Previous landlords will also be contacted to confirm. They typically don't want any evictions on their background, no early terminations, or no disputes. And this pretty much, the last 4 bullet points are just categorized under negative rental history. So 3 things that landlords take into consideration are typically these 3 factors: income, credit, and criminal background, okay? And if they have negative rental history, typically that does get reported somewhere on their credit report, or if they have an outstanding judgment because of a broken lease or whatever it is, that's typically where it gets reported. But the 3 main factors are credit score, income, and criminal background is what typically landlords are going to be looking for. Again, all of these are just standard. However, they do change from property to property. The credit score. If the credit is between 570 and 599 with no big issues on the report, the prospect may need to provide 2 months deposit. If the credit score is above 600, it is good to go. So while this changes from property to property, if pretty much what we want to say is that if they have bad credit, that may not necessarily mean that they're just automatically going to be declined from renting the property, but they may more than likely are going to be asked for 2 months of deposit. In residential, in single family residential rentals, the standard deposit is 1 month's rent. A lot of people come from renting apartments, and when you're renting apartments, there's a big range of deposits, right? Anywhere from $400 to $1,000, depending, and it doesn't matter how big the apartment is. Some apartments even offer things like sure deposit, which is like $150. So people, when they come from renting apartments, they don't know that most homes are going to require a 1 month deposit. And I would say that in real estate, 95% of all homes that get rented require a 1 month deposit. With bad credit or anything that doesn't meet the criteria, whether it's a broken lease, not enough credit, or they can't provide a reliable income source, then they may rent out to them with a double deposit. When you have a client with these challenges, it is very important that you educate them and you tell them this up front. Hey, when we screen your application, they're going to ask you for your rental verification, your criminal background, your credit score, your job. Is there anything that you want to disclose up front, right? And you make it a comfortable conversation for them to be able to open up to you and tell you. Now, why we want to do that is because we don't want to wait until we're processing an application for us to tell somebody, hey, your application got declined because of your credit score. Because what we can do is we can avoid wasting people's time and wasting people's money. And the way we're going to do that is if the tenant tells us up front that they have bad credit, then we present the tenant in a different way than we would have by just sending in an application. When you have a client that tells you, hey, Louis, I want to rent a property, but I had a broken lease last year, or my credit score is in the high 500s, right? It's very common, okay? However, these are a few things that you need to do. You want to make sure that you ask them for a brief explanation. Sometimes it may even benefit for them to write a letter saying what happened for their credit score to tank. And what you want to do is you want to use that to represent them as best as you can. And what I would do is, number one, I would go ahead and screen this applicant on my own. There is a screening company called MySmartMove. With mysmartmove.com, you as an agent get to create a free website where you can go ahead and screen applicants. What's my MY Smart MY
AMY.
No A.
Okay,
MYSM AR TMOVE.com. MySmartMove.com.
Oh, okay.
When I have a client with credit challenges or a background offense or something like that, I typically tell a client, you know what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and screen your application now. I put the report together and I use that as part of my application presentation, okay? And I pull their credit report and I PDF it and put it all in one file. And when I'm out there sending applications for my client, instead of sending 4 or 5 different applications where my client is going to spend $50 for this application, $60 for this one, $50, $40, $75, and they're spending all this money, I use this one-time screening to present my client to the listing agent. And I say, hey, Michael, my client loved the property. However, I do want to let you know that they do have credit challenges. Their credit score is in the high 500s. Unfortunately, based on what my client told me, I'll say, what happened was that in 2020 with the pandemic, my client lost their job and they weren't able to pay their credit cards for 5 months back to back. And that's really affected them since. However, since then, they've had a job for the past 2 years. You can look at the credit report that I have attached here. They haven't made any single late payment since, okay? My client, just give a brief explanation to present your client. And then I close that with, please let me know if your client would be interested in renting to my, if your client would consider renting to my applicant. And right there and then, I'm automatically saving my clients from expensing an application fee. I'm also disclosing it up front, presenting my client a lot better than if I wasn't to do that. I send in the application for my client, and then the agent gets back to me and says, hey, here's the link for your agent to apply. Now my agent, for my client to apply. Now my client pays a $75 application, and then the report gets back to them, and they simply just tell me, hey, Luis, unfortunately, we've decided to decline your client. Because I'm not the client, the agent can't even disclose to me, okay, as a protection, what the client was declined for, right? They will get a letter from the screening company that says your application has been declined, but that's all we know. If the client wants to know more about what happened, why they got declined, then the client would have to contact that screening company. MySmartMove.com reports and pulls from TransUnion. So what TransUnion reports is what they're seeing and what they're basing it off of. So now my client, we wasted time applying in this home and we could have been looking for another one. Okay, my client got declined for credit that I should have known was low. And then my client also spent $75 that they're not going to get back on an application that we could have prevented. And now this agent got this credit report, and all of a sudden it's like, is getting taken back because this person has really bad credit. They're looking at their account, sure, they find out that they've been making monthly payments, but they're like, in 2020, this guy had horrible credit reporting, right? And we didn't even get a chance to present our client. When I know my client has an opportunity like that, whether it's somebody telling me, hey, Luis, I got a felony in 2016, or I got charged with possession, or whatever it is, I always disclose that up front. I always pull that report because I know that this client is going to be a lot more challenging to sell, okay, and to help them lease a property than somebody who doesn't have anything on their background, okay, and that means that it is going to become a lot more costly for my clients. Now, again, I wouldn't just disclose this without letting my client know. However, I will tell them, hey, this is my plan. This is how I'm thinking about presenting your application. Are you okay with that? Most people are okay with it. Now, if they say, no, I don't feel comfortable with you sharing that, okay, no problem. Then we won't share it. However, it's going to lead into a lot of different applications. Now, what I do when I have a client with a challenging credit or a challenging criteria that they are not meeting, what I typically do is explain it to them, explain it in an email, and I send it out to multiple potential homes, okay? And let's say that it is because they are a freelancer, they're not in a W-2. Last month they made $12,000, but the month after that they only made $700. So income is just hard to prove. Well, I would present that. I would say, hey, I want to let you know that my client is a freelancer. This is the business that they do. I would maybe even follow that. I would say, but I want to show you that for the last 2 years, this is their tax returns. They do file all of their income. If you guys want to use that to validate or to consider their income, you can do that. But you always want to understand what type of client you're representing them so we can better assist them. And when I have a client who has challenges, I do that. I say, hey, we are going to have to be a little bit more open to our options. Unfortunately, you can't just fall in love and stick to one house and say, Luis, I want this house, I don't want nothing. You have to be more open because the possibilities are a lot more limited. And what I do is I send out 4 different applications at the same time, sometimes 5 or 6. But I send them all out and they're all asking, here's my client's report, here's what happened with them, will your client consider it? And what I find is that I start getting, no, we won't consider him, no, we won't, no, we won't, no, we won't, no, we won't. And they're said, yes, my client is willing to consider your applicant, okay? I also, while we cannot exclude what properties our client can apply for, I do also advise them that because of the credit challenges or whatever the challenges are, it is more likely that people who have homes that have just came on the market are not going to be open to renting to them. And that the house that we may end up having to take may be a house that has been on the market 90 days, right? And the reason is because somebody who just put their house on the market is going to want to wait for the perfect applicant to come before just choosing a bad applicant right out the gate when they've only been on the market 14, 21, even 1 month, right? So I also explained that to my client. You may have a lot less options, or you may not, the houses that are, but we'll try it, okay? One super important thing that I tell my clients is that property management companies are very tough to get an approval from. Because unlike a landlord, a property management company uses a screening company that's very black and white. And if your credit score is supposed to be at 620 and your credit score reports 619, the system will automatically go from an approved to a declined applicant. And sometimes it's not an automatic declined applicant. They fall in the middle spectrum that is considered approved with conditions, okay? Because of that small gap, right? Or my client needs to make, they want to purchase or they want to rent a property that's $2,000 a month. Their income has to be $6,000 a month. And unfortunately, in the last 3 months, they've averaged different income, but the income ends up averaging at $5,800. And over those $200, the system automatically declines it that they don't make 3 times the rent. So with property management companies, it is a lot more challenging. So I do let my clients know that, hey, most property management companies, they're gonna do their own screening, okay? And if you don't meet their criteria, they will automatically decline you, or they'll have some kind of provision that you'll have to comply with a higher deposit or whatnot. But they're a lot more challenging, and they more than likely won't take the report that we're trying to share with them. Versus going with properties that are listed directly with an agent through a landlord, then the landlord is easier to talk to and say, hey, my client unfortunately only makes $5,800. However, will you consider them? Hey, landlord, this client unfortunately went through a divorce and it really damaged their credit in 2018. Will you still help them? Hey, landlord, this person had a DWI in 2012 and it's reporting, and I just want to let you know, will you consider it, right? A landlord is a lot easier to speak to and get them to understand than a property management company. So I do tell my clients that expectation right out the gate. And when they're sending me a house that it is by a property management, I go into their website, I pull their criteria, and I present it to my client. And I say, hey, here's the criteria for this property. It is managed by a property management company. Here's the criteria. The criteria is 620 credit score plus. It is 4 times the rent. It is no criminal background. Do you want to still apply? And sometimes my clients say, Louis, yeah, you know what? I want to give it a try. And at that point, then yes, we'll go ahead and process the application. But all I can do is educate my client and tell them, kind of prepare them for what the expectation is.
I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Let me start with, you mentioned the sites of the screen. When we put in the client's information, so what do we now present the results to the property management company? And what is the essence of going through that mysmartmove.com?
Yes. So when it comes to mysmartmove.com, we don't input the client's information. What it does is you put their name and their email. They're going to get a link. They'll open that link and they have to input their name, their social, their date of birth, all that stuff.
Okay.
Now you can present that report to a property management company. However, property management companies are more strict about their process, and more than likely won't accept the report that you're providing.
So that means the mysmartmove.com might not necessarily be important in this case.
In that case, yes. However, only about 20% of properties on the market, and I could be wrong, but a very small percentage of properties on the market are managed by property management. Most of them are landlord situations.
Oh, okay.
So it's not very common that you're going to send a client a list of houses and that one of the ones they send you back that they want to apply for is property management.
Now, question 2 is there a site to get the property on that list or go through the same MLS?
Is there a website to find that property?
Yeah, to search property for rents. Do we go through the MLS or there's another site?
The MLS is the most popular one because anybody licensed with a property, that's where we put it. However, there are other websites, for example, AmericanHomesForRent.com is one of the more popular property management companies, and they have their own inventory in there. And what they do is when your applicant applies for their home, if the home gets rented or they get declined or whatever happens, they typically tell the client, hey, I know you already spent $75 for your screening. This property got leased to somebody else. However, we have this other home, and they try to get the client to rent one of their other listings. However, most of those listings, even at that, you can find them in MLS. Because while they may have 200 houses in Houston that are for rent, MLS is gonna have 8,000 that are for rent. So the best website to
I tried
search.
to search sometimes last week. I couldn't, maybe I didn't use the right criteria. I tried to open my account and search for house for listing. I didn't get.
Okay. In Matrix?
Yeah.
Okay, so in Matrix, whenever you do the drop-down menu at the very top, you get to either search by single-family homes, lots, townhomes, condominiums, like that. And then there is one specifically towards the bottom for rental. If you don't click on the rental one and you're just choosing the single-family, then there will be nothing in that price range.
Okay, maybe after the class.
Yes, yes. But yeah, they'll come out. I think that's what might have happened. Yes.
Question.
Yes.
Then under the criteria.
Wait.
Sorry, yeah. Under the
Governor
criteria.
said, wait, I'm not done. Yes, sir.
Can couple combine their both income and the credit score to qualify for times 4 of the rent amount or times 5 of the rent amount?
So everybody will be considered together, yes. And it definitely helps if it's a couple and the husband has low credit and the wife has high credit. It doesn't average it, but it does help offset the risk for a landlord. As far as income, yes, everybody over the age of 18 on a property will have to apply for the home individually, not apply individually, but submit their own application, and everybody's income gets added for the average. So let's say that the house needs a $6,000 monthly income, and the husband only makes $3,000, the wife makes $1,500, or let's say $2,000. Okay, or wait a minute. We have $3,000 for the husband, $2,000 for the wife. That's $5,000, and the son, who is 19 years old, okay, works at Chick-fil-A, and he provides that extra $1,000. As long as the combined income for the home is 3 times the rent, they will take it.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
For the My Smart Move, does that report include the credit and also like their background?
It does. It does. It pulls everything that they need. Yes. And if My Smart Move doesn't work, it might be smartmove.com. However, in this class, we do have the QR code, so you can go directly to it. So they were going to be looking for no history of bankruptcy or short sales in the last 5 years. Credit score and background check will be run. A non-refundable fee of $40 to $65 per adult living in the house, anyone over the age of 18. This is the cost of obtaining a credit score and conducting a background check. Again, applications vary in price depending on the system they use. However, most agents use mysmartmove.com. So it's not very common that they're going to use something else. Number 2 is the process. Once the house is chosen, the application process begins. Be sure to contact the listing agent to see if there are any other applications on the house or if the landlord has already chosen an applicant. If there are applications on the house, notify the prospect, and if he understands that there is a fee associated with the application and still wants to apply, go ahead and do it. There's 2 ways to submit the application, and it's entirely up to the listing agent. Always check the agent remarks in MLS to see which method they are using. So the 2 methods that they use are either going to be a screening company, or they're going to want a property management website that they're going to want to screen them at. However, most agents are just going to require for you to submit the residential lease application. Now I want to show you what this form looks like and how it gets filled out. And what I've done is I have highlighted the top section in green of everything that typically changes in the application, okay? When I send my client this application, I tell them, hey, go ahead and fill out this application. I tell them, do not leave any blanks. And if it doesn't apply, make sure to put NA, okay? Otherwise, people will complete this application and you're gonna get it back, and they didn't give you a social, or they missed the driver license number, or they didn't give us their previous landlord, and then we're presenting applications that are incomplete, causing us to get kickback applications. So I tell people, go ahead and fill out everything. However, go ahead and start mid down page 1 where it says applicant's name. Okay, and I tell them above from that, I've already pre-filled all of that information, so don't worry about that. Okay, so what that looks like is at the very top, you put in the property address. Okay, you put the anticipated move-in date, how much the rent is, how much the deposit is, which again typically is 1 month's rent, and then the initial lease term that the client is requesting. For the most part, people are always doing a 12-month lease. However, I just leave 12 months plus. The property condition, then it asks you, has the applicant viewed or has the applicant not viewed the property? And you have to check either or, okay? Now, the next section, the applicant is strongly encouraged to view the property in person prior to submitting any application. This is typically always blank because there's hardly ever anything that needs to be addressed. However, what would go in here are things like the applicant would like the broken window in the master bedroom to be replaced, and for the washer and dryer to be installed and included in the lease term. Okay, so if my client wanted to lease a property and they wanted this to be a condition, this is where we would put in that information. Okay.
That is after this.
After what?
After viewing the apartment.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Correct. Now, typically, this application is used for single-family homes. Apartments typically have a different application that they use. Okay. Now, the next section is agent was referred to the landlord by. This is where your information is going to go. And this right here just calls only for your name, and to the right, your phone number. However, I always use this to just go ahead and put in the agent name, the email, and the phone number. Okay. This way, this person knows that this applicant is being represented. After that section is the applicant's name.
Now, if I'm the one applying for the apartment, I'm going to write my name too.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any addendum to declare that I'm an agent?
For apartments,
Yeah.
Anybody is going to ask if you're represented, and yes, you can put that you are being represented by yourself.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Now with
And
apartment,
for the home buying too, is there any addendum to that one? Or
no, you just have to put it in the contract
Okay.
that you are the buyer, but also representing yourself as a client,
Okay.
and that you are expecting to get a commission.
Okay.
Some apartments will not pay you if you're the tenant, and also if you are the tenant applicant, and also your own agent. If that ever happens and they tell you that, then just go ahead and ask somebody else at the brokerage to represent you. And obviously, you would work out like, hey, I just need you to do paperwork for me for $150, and I'm going to keep the rest of the commission,
Okay.
right? So you can work it out like that.
Okay.
But yes, you can represent yourself in transactions as the tenant and the agent.
With the leasing agent, write those conditions out, so I will know whether to sublet to a colleague or to do it myself.
They would, yes. So in apartments, you would be part of the application, okay? So that you are being written in that you're gonna expect payment, and then you invoice them for your payment. In rentals, single family rentals, what gets done is there is an agreement between brokers that gets executed that says that you are the agent representing yourself and how much you're expecting to get paid from the transaction.
Okay.
Yes.
Typically, how much is it?
For rentals, the average commission is 50% of 1 month's rent. However, in Matrix, they tell you at the very bottom how much they're going to pay agents. And this is why I also don't really like property management companies, because they don't like to pay realtors. They don't. They will give you, the client can rent a house for $2,000. Your commission should be $1,000, but all they want to pay you is a flat fee of $200, $300, maybe $400. So when my clients send me listings from them, like unfortunately I have to, if that's the house my client wants, that's the one they want. And it has happened to me where I could have made $1,000 commission, but I only made a flat fee of $200 that they were going to pay me. It sucks, but hey, client's best interest comes first, right?
Yeah.
The next thing is the applicant's name. Now, this right here is where the applicant will need to put in all their personal information. This is where you're gonna ask them to not leave any blanks. So if it doesn't apply, they have to, I do ask them to put NA. Right underneath their name, it asks them if there is a co-applicant. If there is a co-applicant, which would be a child over the age of 18, okay, or any other adult living on the property, everybody has to do their own application forms,
Okay.
okay? Now down here, it asks for their personal information like social security, driver license number, date of birth, and then it goes into the emergency contact. The emergency contact is important because whoever is here is gonna be the person that gets put on the contract as the emergency contact. So they do have to provide this here. They're also gonna right here put, will there be any other people occupying the property? And right here, if there are minors, then this is where the minors would go. Carlos Flores, age 7, is my son. Maria Flores, age 12, my daughter, and this is where they would go. Now, this information gets imported into the lease agreement as occupants, okay? Occupants are not leaseholders. Leaseholders are anybody over the age of 18. Occupants are just minors that are gonna be on the contract. And obviously the most common reason why people want that is because to enroll their kids in schools and just to have, you know, some type of, for the kids to be under a certain address, right? Next, it's going to ask for the applicant's current address. And then after that, it's gonna ask for their previous address. Most people only want to do the work here and look for this information and not fill this in. If they don't fill it in, guys, make sure you send it back to them and say, hey, I'm sorry, I can't submit the application because they're gonna consider it incomplete and they're not even gonna look at it. So I do need you to get me this information, send it back to them. On page 2, at the top, this right here, the address is going to automatically generate, right? The next portion is applicant's current employer, and then after that, again, applicant's previous employer. Most people will only fill in the current and won't fill in the last one. And a lot of people will say, well, I've been with my job for 15 years. You know, I don't know, make it up. Say you were a stripper, I don't know. Let's just, that's, no. Oh my God, that's horrible. This is being recorded. Sorry, guys. So just have them fill it in. Describe any other income the applicant wants to consider. Here is where they would put, I also DoorDash, so I make about $400 a week from DoorDashing. Or I do this side job, or I have child support and I get $1,200 a month from child support. Any other income would be listed here on what they want to have considered. The next section is the vehicles that they drive. The next section is, are there going to be any pets on the property? If no pets are disclosed, then the landlord is assuming that you're not bringing any pets. And if they approve your application, okay, or even if they even charge you for the application and then you need to add pets, and if they say, no, well, we don't allow pets on the property, then you lost out on your money. So it has to be disclosed if there's a pet, and then it asks what type, the name, the color, all of the pet's information, including are they neutered, do they have any bite history, do they have current shot records, and is it an assistance animal? Again, as you guys know, assistance animals don't get screened. I'm sorry, don't get screened, but they're not allowed to charge you for deposit or rent for your pet. Right? The next.
So if your applicant is on 1099, like Dasha, what will the applicant present as evidence of income? Bank statement or what?
If they're what?
If the applicant is like DoorDash, do DoorDash.
Yes.
What would it present as?
So what they will probably do is, if it's required to meet the 3 times the rent, if it's just extra, they may not even require it. However, if it does need to be considered to add up to the 3 months rent, it's either going to be bank statements showing the wires from DoorDash into your account. So just some type of way that to prove the income coming in.
Okay.
Yes. The next one is it's a series of about 15 questions, and they're all yes or no. Okay. Now this is important because if your client lies on this and it shows up on their screening, they could be declined from the application just because they lied. So for example, one of the questions not the last one, but right before the last one, it says, has the applicant had any credit problems, slow pace, or delinquencies? If yes, provide more details and information on the section below. Right here, if the client does have low credit, okay, then I would encourage them to mark it as yes. Because if they mark it as no, and then the application gets screened and it shows that they have bad credit, they could easily be declined simply just for lying on their application. Okay, most of these are going to typically get answered as no, never been evicted, never been asked to move out, etc. So before I keep
Sorry for bothering you, so
it's okay.
Now the income, it says for the 6 months or thereabouts. What if there is a change of work? Maybe the wife is not working the past month. Wife just got a job this month or last month. In such a way, the wife will not, and the wife income is to complement that of the husband. That means the wife will not have the history for the past up to 6 months.
Correct.
What happened in that situation?
Correct. A lot of they could decline them because there's not sufficient income. However, most people will qualify somebody even if you don't have any income and you are getting a letter of employment. Like let's say you're moving to Waco because you're going to go over there and work for their medical field, right? And they're giving you an offer letter that says that you're going to make $85,000 a year. Most landlords will accept that as verification of employment and qualify you with that. Yes. So if the wife is not necessarily a offer letter that she has, but she just started working at a restaurant, we would just have to present it and say, hey, look, she's only been working for the past 4 weeks, and this is how much she typically makes. And then it is their job to verify that, to contact their HR department or their manager and say, hey, does Maria really work here? Is she full-time? Does she do 40 hours a week? Is this her pay? Whatever it is that the verification process consists of. Yes, and then it is on a case by case. Yeah. Before we complete page 3 and continue, I do want to show you guys that there are sections here highlighted in green. So at the top of every page, this is highlighted by green. This is highlighted by green up here, which is just the address. And all of that is self-populated by what you put here at the top. When somebody completes their application, you do want to let them know that they're only going to have to complete this once. Okay, we can take this form and use it multiple times over and over again. So if they wanted to apply for 773 Oceanfront, we would have to edit the top. We would have to put in the rent that they have there and when they're going to move in. And if there are any stipulations before they move in, like a washer and dryer be installed. Okay, let's say that they also want to apply at the property at 123 Main Street. Okay, then you would keep the same application. You would delete the top and you would type in 123 Main Street at the top, the rent for 123 Main Street, the day they want to move in, and if there's any speculations. So this form can be used several different times. However, every single time that you change it, your client will need to sign it because it's being modified and updated. So your client may need to sign this a couple of different times. However, just let them know it's because we're updating the address that we're applying at. So in green, we have the information that typically changes from application to application. Now, at the bottom of page 3, which we were at with all those questions, there is another section that we pre-fill for our client. And right here is the application fees. Now, this right here gets updated per application. However, I just leave it standard as a excuse me. Excuse me, guys. I just leave it and say, and this I never change because I just put that the application fees are non-refundable and they're going to be between $40 to $80 paid to the screening company for processing and receiving their application. Then it asks me if there's going to be an application deposit. I never make my applicant do an application deposit because most of the time it's not needed. So I default that to will not submit an application deposit, and the dollar amount is NA. So this right here, I do also tell my clients, don't leave it. If I've already pre-filled it, just leave it as is. Technically, this is supposed to say if it is, let's say, if the listing agent is Joseph, and Joseph's application fee is $85, then this is supposed to say applicant submits a non-refundable fee of $85 to Joseph Medina, okay, for processing and reviewing this application. However, this section, I just leave it generalized like this, so I don't have to update it over and over. Excuse me. After this, I tell my client, hey, I'm gonna send you a 4-page application, okay? Go ahead and fill in from page 1, midway, all the way to page 3. Don't leave any blanks, answer all the questions. And then I told them, page 4, you're not gonna need to fill out. You simply just need to scroll to the bottom and sign your signature. And what this is this is the release of information to the listing agent. So in here, I put my applicant's name, Renee Renter, am applying to lease the property at 773 Oceanfront in Waco, Texas. And then in this next section is where you put in the listing agent's contact information. So this right here comes straight from MLS. So whoever's listing the property is Lisa listing agent, Lisa's address, Lisa's phone number, and Lisa's email address. What this does is it says that we are giving Lisa, okay, permission to, number 1, I give my permission to my current and former employers to release any information about my employment history and income to the above to Lisa, okay? My current and former landlords to release information to Lisa of my rental history, to my current and former mortgage lenders and property that I own or have owned to release information to Lisa, to my banks, savings, or credit unions to provide a verification of funds that I have deposited to the above named person, and to the above named person to obtain a copy of my credit report from any reporting agency to obtain a background information about me. Without completing page 4, you guys are not giving the listing agent, the right to screen your applicants. Okay, so it is very important that as we're updating the application, page 4 also gets updated with who the listing agent is, because they need to be given permission to screen your applicants. Without page 4 filled in, this is an incomplete application that won't be processed or shouldn't be processed. And a lot of agents do leave this blank. However, when you're in a competitive market, the last thing you want to do is somebody look at your application and say, okay, this guy's application came in first, but it's incomplete, I'm just going to discard it, because you have 4 other applicants you can choose from. And when your client's applications are incomplete, that's exactly what happens. So it is very important that once you sign this for your clients to sign, that we do check it and that we make sure that they didn't leave any blanks. The second way to screen an applicant is by link. In the agent remarks, there is a link. If in the agent remarks there is a link, you will be sending that link to your clients to apply. Everybody in the household over the age of 18 will have to apply. All documents can be submitted through the application link. The fee will be paid directly online. Okay? Or we just went through, it'll be screened by the agent. It will be up to you as the agent to collect the correct documents and send them to the listing agent application. The application fee payment will be instructed by the listing agent. Okay, so that's typically the 2 most common ways that people are going to apply. Either we're going to present their application with the TAR form that we just covered, or they're going to, in agent remarks, is going to say, go to AmericanHomesForRent.com and submit the application there. If it's a link, the client has to upload all of their documents. If it is not a link, which most houses are not links, then you have to prepare that application packet. And what you're going to include is, number 1 is the TAR lease application form. You are going to need to provide 1 application per person over the age of 18. You will have to provide their income, which is the last 3 months of paycheck stubs or the last month or the last 6 months of bank statements that shows that the family income is at least 3 times the rent. You're going to have to provide a copy of their ID. If the application is denied, the prospect must request a credit score and the background check. We as agents cannot request those reports. If that ever happens to you, if you're the listing agent and an agent is calling you and saying, can you send me a copy of my client's background check? We can't disclose that to them. It has to be the client requesting it. And a simple email from them saying, hey, can you give me a copy of my report? suffices for that release.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
I'm confused. So with the smart move, you can download the document, the background, the credit, and you can hold that file when you send the application. You do or you don't send it to them.
I only send it if I need to go the extra mile to represent my client and help them get into a home because I know that they have challenges with one of the criteria. If there are no challenges, if the client says, hey, I have good credit, my income is zero, I don't have any criminal background, no negative rental history, then we just go ahead and submit the application for them. However, what that's going to do is now the agent is going to send them a link to pay and get screened, and they're going to have to pay for that application. The reason why I would do my Smart Move report and have them pay up front and present it with this is if I know that my client has something on their, yes, of concern. Yes. And it's simply to avoid having them to submit pay applications over and over again. Yes, sir. Okay. So if the application is accepted, the listing agent will send you the lease agreement. So again, application is accepted. It's the listing agent who prepares this. Okay. Why do you guys think why do you guys think it's the listing agent who prepares it and not us as the tenant agent?
I mean, some of the, like you said, like if it's an apartment, they use their own contracts, and then maybe the landlord may have something in there that we don't know about, I guess.
Correct.
But the landlord can make their own
Criteria, requirements, dues, all that good stuff. Okay. Every now and then we do get listing agents who are just being lazy or just too busy to care about this rental, and they tell us, hey, can you draft up the lease for me? Why would we draft it up? First of all, we don't represent, and we can, okay? And I have done it. However, it is important for us to know that, first of all, I don't represent the landlord. I represent the tenant. So why would I create the lease? And the reason why it wouldn't make sense for me to create the lease is because my fiduciary duty is to represent the tenant at their best interest. So when I do this lease contract, I'm gonna say I know the property was rented for $2,000, but on this contract I'm gonna put $1,950. I know rent is due by the 3rd, and after that it's going to be a $75 late payment and $10 after that each day. Okay, but instead, since I'm making the lease, I'm gonna say rent is due by the 15th of the month. Okay, and if it's not paid by the 15th, there's gonna be a $10 fee, and there's gonna be a $1 charge every day after that. So it wouldn't make sense, right? Why would we put all those lease terms, right? On top of that, there's a section that says, how would the landlord collect payment? How is it? We don't know. So it is the listing agent who provides the rental agreement for us. Okay. Again, I wouldn't be crazy if I had to fill it out. I would try to keep it as neutral as possible, but it just goes to show our fiduciary duties are elsewhere, and it is not in our best interest to represent the landlord, right?
By the time the listing agent draw out the agreements, would there be any possibility of counter offer?
Of what?
Counter offer.
To counter offer once the listing agreement is drafted? Typically, no. So things that you may want to counter offer or that you want to negotiate on a lease are things like, hey, I do want it to include a washer and dryer, or I am willing to do 18 months so that instead of renting it for $2,000, I want to rent it for $1,900. However, all that gets presented in the lease application. So in the lease application at the very top, the area that we added, that's where we would have put, we're gonna move in on a certain date. This is the rent that we wanna do, the deposit that it's almost like the offer, the application process.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Make certain to read it thoroughly and confirm that if a fridge, washer, and dryer were provided, that they are included in the lease agreement and that the prorated rent is calculated as needed. Explain to the prospect that the first month's rent will be paid in full. Keep in mind that the second month is prorated if they are moving in any day before or after the first of the month. Deposits will be due immediately after the application has been approved. Deposits are normally the same amount as the first month's rent. If your client's lease application is approved, you will be sending the agreement between brokers to the listing agent along with the signed residential lease agreement. Now, the agreement between brokers, again, is your expectation of how much you're gonna wanna get paid, okay? Upon signing the lease, the prospect must deliver the deposit in the form requested, which is typically a cashier check or money order. It is usually 1 month's rent, 2 months if you have bad credit or low or inconsistent income, and the deposit will be made payable to the landlord. Prior or the same day of occupying the property, the prospect needs to pay the first month's rent, that is a cashier check or a money order made payable to the broker of the listing agent. So in here is, we are gonna go through a sample of how we encourage you guys to fill in the contract, okay? We're gonna explain to you the options that you have and what we suggest. So in the contract, you're gonna have this section right here that talks about rent. In this section, the monthly rent is $2,000, okay? Tenant will pay the monthly rent so that the landlord receives the monthly rent on or before. And right here is we either check box number 1, which says the landlord wants it on the first day of each month during the lease, or if the landlord's gonna give them a grace period. Okay, you would fill it in on section number 2, and you would put there by the third of every month, right? After that, weekends, holidays, and mail delays do not execute the tenant's obligation to timely pay the rent. We'll go ahead and fast forward to 2 lines down. It says the first month's rent is due and payable no later than June 15, 2023. So this is the date that our client is moving in, okay? So it says the first month's rent is made payable on June 15th by cashier check, money order, okay, acceptable to the landlord.
That means the first month of the tenant is June 15.
June 15th.
Does it, when will the first month expire? Will it be due on the
So I'm going to explain to you guys why. Okay. So another thing is, and I missed it by skipping this to the sentences here, but the second sentence here says the tenant will pay the first month's rent made payable to. Who is the tenant going to pay it to? Either the landlord, the listing broker, or the property manager. Okay. Right here, I encourage you guys to mark the listing broker. Okay. Why? Because if they write the check to the listing broker, that will ensure that the listing broker receives the payment and you get paid. Okay. Another thing is the first month's payment of $2,000. If they're moving in on June 15th, okay, ideally we would want them to just pay a prorate for June, and then start paying their monthly rent on July 1st. However, when you write it like this, the first month's rent due is going to be on June 15th, then that means that the day that the tenant moves in, they're going to go ahead and pay the commission checks. Okay? And they're going to make it payable for 1 full month, and they're going to write it out to the listing broker. The reason why you want to do this is because once the tenant moves in on June 15th, after that, you're kind of out of the picture. You've already done your job. 2 weeks go by, all of a sudden it's August 1st, and we're busy doing other things, guys. And if on August 1st, you don't call this person and say, hey, don't forget that this month's rent gets made payable to the listing broker, what if they already zelled it to the landlord? Okay, now the landlord, yes, is responsible for sending it to us. But let's say the landlord was negative $400 in their bank account. So now that $2,000 rent, that landlord now only has $1,600 in his account. He doesn't have the money to pay our brokerages. So to avoid all of that, we always encourage you to collect the first full month at the time of move-in. Any questions on that?
Yeah. Can the tenant move in on the 1st of June?
The tenant can move in on the 1st of June, yes. But he would pay a full month's rent. Yes. Are you thinking, well, they're still paying a 1 full month's rent?
No, when the tenant moves in the 15th of June, that means the tenant is living in the property for like half of the month, whereas it's staying, or could it be that the month will be due, the rent will be due on the 14th of the subsequent month?
No. The next rent will be due on the 1st of the next month, but I'm gonna tell you how we modified it. But before we get there, let me answer another
The
question.
first month's rent, they pay the broker will pay the, landlord.
No. So when you are leasing out your property, okay, when you are the landlord, your first full month of payment that you get, you don't get to keep it. That actually, you as the landlord, you have to pay the tenant's agent and the agent who listed your property. So from those payments, the landlord pays the brokerages. That is why we are collecting. That's why I encourage you guys to collect it on the day of move-in, so that the day of move-in, like a closing, you go, you get paid. And then you don't have to pay, and then you don't have to play administrative assistant, following up with these people, making sure that the payments are processed. You're done. Okay? Now, the next section is prorated rents. Okay? If the client was moving in on June 15th, then they would have only been responsible for half a month's rent. If the rent is $2,000, then the prorate rent is $1,000. Okay, which actually technically it's a little bit odd, because if they move in on the 15th, then they're occupying the home for 16 days instead of 15. So technically, you could charge more for that extra day. Okay, so we'll take that as a typo. Moving day was June 16th. So the prorate rent would have only been half 1 month's rent. Okay. And then in here is where we're going to put that prorate rent will be due on July 1st. Okay, which means that we got paid when they moved in on June 15th, and after that, their prorate is going to be on July 1st. Okay, now after that, in August, September, October, now it's the responsibility of the landlord to collect his full month's payments. Okay, but for the sake of us getting paid on the day of move-in, I do encourage agents to go ahead and do this. Go ahead and flip. So do you see how these two dates should have been reversed? And how the first full month should have been due on July 1st. And the prorate should have been due on June 15th when they moved in. But for the sake of us getting paid and closing that transaction, I do encourage you guys to flip that. Okay? It's
Does it
okay.
mean if the tenants move in on the 1st of June, you can't get that money?
Okay. However, this is based on your landlord's criteria. They're the ones that are going to tell you what boxes they want to receive money through. Okay. The next section is paragraph C, talks about the place of payment. And this right here is where the landlord gets to put how they're going to receive their monthly payment. Okay. Typically here, things that I see are things like name, pay it to Larry the landlord, and then the address. Right here, you can put an address, or you can put Zelle payments to 713-123-9876. Okay, or you can do deposit to Bank of America account 123-1111199. Okay, so in this section, this is where you put how monthly payments are going to be collected. All right. Any questions on this? Down here at the bottom of page 8, guys, is where I have the Smart Move QR code. So if you guys want to just scan it, it'll take you directly to that website. You can create a free account to screen your applicants. It's right there too.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
sorry.
All right, let's talk about documents needed. There are some representation documents that must be used in order to represent the tenant. When creating a new file on the House Matchmaker intranet, remember to select the tenant as the type of file. Lastly is congratulations, you are approved. Okay. Below here, we've just added some sample email templates that you can use. Notify your client of their application approval. Below is a sample. And what this says is, hey Renee, congratulations, your application has been approved for 773 Oceanfront. I've emailed you the lease agreement for you to e-sign. Please let me know if you have any questions. And then I follow it with, below is a quick overview of the lease agreement terms. And right here, I put some of the things that are going to need to be important for them. So for example, the lease term is 12 months and begins on Thursday, June 15th. There will be a 60-day notice that will be required at the end of your lease if you're going to renew or move out. The rent is $2,000 a month due on the first of each month. The inventory and condition form must be completed within 5 days to move in. Now, these are all details that I obtained from the rental agreement, from the rental contract, okay, from the lease agreement. And then I follow it up with the following 3 payments are needed as follows. And this is where I explain to my client how payments are going to be made. Number 1, deposit is due in the next 48 hours in the form of a cashier check. Okay, cashier check made payable to Larry landlord in the amount of $2,000. And in the memo, go ahead and put deposit, your name, and then the name of the address. Okay. Payment number 2 is going to be the prorated rent, which is going to be due on July 1st for $1,000. Okay. Payment number 3 is $2,000, which is first month's rent, is due on the day of move-in, which is June 15th. You have to write a cashier check made payable to the listing brokerage, NAN Properties, okay, in the amount of $2,000. And in the memo, you'll need to put the address and then the name of the listing agent who represented the listing, okay? Now the client goes to the bank, knows exactly how to pre-fill those checks because I don't know if you guys know, but at the bank, you won't be able to get a check printed unless it's pre-filled if it's a cashier check. Then I follow it up with, don't forget to call and transfer your utilities to start on August 22nd. Below is or July 15th. Below is the contact number to Sarah with Empire Utility Concierge. I put Sarah's number. She can help you with the setup of your utilities. You can also go to www.powertochoose.org to compare the best electricity providers at your new address. Thank you for the opportunity to match you with your new home. Do not hesitate to contact me with any questions. So this is the email template that I use to follow up with my client. It covers everything that I need to communicate, and it covers everything that they're going to need to know. Otherwise, your clients are going to be contacting you and saying, hey, how much is it for? What do I do? How do I do this? Where do I go? So if you follow a template like this, just makes it a lot easier. Down here is the same transaction checklist that we covered in the previous class, except it's for tenants. When you start representing a tenant, there are a lot less required documents that are needed. And then when you go under contract, these are the forms that are going to be needed.
You said this is the form for apartment leasing, right? These aren't the forms for apartment leasing?
They are, yes, because the representation agreements are the same.
Oh, okay.
Now, the application for apartments, it does look different, and the contract for apartments does look different. However, on your compliance checklist of the documents you need, you still need those documents. You'll still need to upload them. Okay, so that was the process of representing a tenant who is applying, right? Now let's talk about what happens when you are representing the landlord. The first thing you must do is to inform the landlord of your representation intentions. Begin the rental process by meeting with the landlord to gather data to determine the lease price and know how you will handle the screening. The process to list the lease is very similar to the for sale listing. Both of them require representation documents and will both go into the MLS. The CMA for leases is done based on leased properties versus sold. Once the price is agreed upon with landlord and our representation documents are signed, the home is ready to go on the market. Now that second sentence was a little confusing, but what it says is that in order for you to price your listing property, you're going to do the same process as if you were doing a CMA for sold properties. Okay, because we need to do a CMA to know how much the properties in the areas are leasing at, to be able to advise our client, hey, you can rent this property for $1,750, right? It also helps us if we have somebody who's trying to rent their house for $2,200, but we know that the neighborhood leases for about $1,750, $1,900, then we can go ahead and tell our client, hey, you know, you're going to be very overpriced, just like you would with a sale. It is extremely important to have the landlord lay out all the criteria he might have. The most common requirements are, again, okay, we went through this. Once all of your documents are signed to list the property, it may now go live on the MLS. Prepare your documents for compliance. In the MLS, under the agent remarks, do not forget to note the Smart Move link. So you can actually provide a link if you are the listing agent. You can provide a link where people can just click and submit their background check, okay? And the agents will share it with their own clients. When applications are received and the $40 application fee is paid through the My Smart Move portal, you will receive the reports. You will have to do all of the due diligence to vet the applicants prior to presenting them to the landlord. You will present all of the applications and list the factors. So as the listing agent, it is your responsibility to verify the previous landlords, okay? Or to call the previous landlords to verify the rental history, okay? There is a form that you can create. There are, you know, I don't know if we have a form. I don't know if we have a form. Sorry, guys, hang on a second. I have no battery. But you'll have to do, there's typically a form that agents will send landlords and they want them to go ahead and answer. And it's typically composed of just standard general questions. However, your landlord may tell you, hey, Louis, I wanna make sure we ask them this, you know, and they can go as detailed as they want based on your client's criteria. However, the most standard questions to ask are things like, was the tenant ever late on payments? Did he get any violations for misconduct? Were their payments on time? Were there any unauthorized occupants during their tenancy? Did they give a proper notice to vacate? Did they, when is the last day of their tenancy? Okay, because through that we can find out that if somebody's trying to move out on June 15th, right, and moving into this new home, but they have a contract over there to October 15th, then that means that this person is probably going to break the contract, and that may be an applicant that may not be the best fit for your landlord, right? So you'll make sure that you are verifying the rental history. You'll have to verify the job employment. You'll have to review the credit scores to make sure that there are no issues. It is crucial that the Fair Housing Act doesn't get breached, meaning that no applicant can be discriminated because of course, race, gender, religion, familial status, disability, and ethnicity. If the applicant has an emotional support animal, they cannot be denied nor charged a pet fee. Supplemental documents verifying the legitimacy of the pet can be accurately requested. So as you guys know, you guys all did the fair housing, procedure, and we know that we can't ask, what is the disability? What does your dog do? Like, we can't get too into details about that. But if it is a service animal, then the law says that we can charge for a deposit or pet rent. okay? And we can't just decline somebody because of that. Now, if a landlord is going to decline an applicant, it does need to be very important that you do communicate it. Hey, the reason why we're declining this applicant, and you guys, you cannot say that it's because of their service animal, because again, that's violating, right? So it would have your client would have to decline the applicant because of anything else, the credit, the background check, the whatever the other criteria are. Okay? Again, just the transaction, one last transaction list, one last time, guys. And now this one is for the landlord documents and what you're gonna need when you start representing them, and what you'll need whenever you start, whenever you go under contract. But that covers the landlord class. Does anybody, landlord and tenant class, does anybody have any questions about landlord and leases?
Yeah.
And tenants? Yes, sir.
I don't get much about the quoted amounts.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to give me a scenario. If the tenant is paying on the 1st of June, for example, how much will the tenant pay?
$2,000.
Okay.
For they have to pay the full month. However, the prorate paragraph doesn't apply. The prorate paragraph only applies if the client moves in the middle of the month.
Okay.
Yes. So the prorate amount in the paragraph would have to fill in with 0, and the date would be not applicable.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if I have a client moving in, of course, like one we need to end a particular lease before moving to another one. Now, how long can you advise that the client starts preparation?
The tenant that's looking for a house,
Mm-hmm.
to somewhere to rent, I always encourage my clients to start looking within their last 75 to 60 days, or 60 to 75 days. I do tell people that looking to earlier than that is too soon. And I tell them that the reason is because let's say that, okay, today is, what are we today? July 12th. And my client needs to move in by October 1st. If we're out there showing properties and looking at properties, guys, most of the inventory that's available today is gonna be gone by October 1st. Not only that, but if my client likes a house and I submit an application, the landlord is probably gonna look at it and be like, sorry, I can't accept this because your client can't move in until then. Some people will even tell me, hey, can they move in any sooner? But by any sooner, people want their vacancies to be occupied within the next 30, maybe 60 days. So because of that, I always tell my clients that for rental properties, we should start looking within about 60 days from the time they need to move in. Because typically what happens is we'll look for houses for maybe 2 weeks, and now we went from 60 days from when we need to move in to 45 days. And then I submit my application, and my application says, hey, I want to take over the property by October 1st, which is only 45 more days to go. Yes. And even at that, they may even come back and say, hey, is your client able to occupy the property in September, on September 15th instead? And now I can go back to my client and say, hey, they're considering your application, but they want to know if you can move in on the 15th of September instead of on the 1st of October. And at that point, my client may need to pay half a deposit more, right? I'm sorry, half a rent more, but it's a lot more doable.
Okay.
Yes. Do you have a question, sir?
Okay, so back to his question when he was mentioning, so the tenant wants to move in like the June 1st. Those 2,000 that he's gonna be paying regardless go to the broker.
Yes.
To the broker, right?
Yes.
And then on July 1st, that's when the landlord gets paid.
Correct. Correct. Every now and then we do have clients who move in on the 1st of the month, but it is very common that there's typically a prorate. And it's because typically people's leases are ending on a random day, like July 10th. So they want to be in that Friday, July 7th. You know, so prorates are very easy. That's why even our sample guys, I make it becomes very complex, but because it is very common and you guys need to be able to understand it. And you guys need to understand the reason why we structure like this is so that we can close a deal and get paid. Because remember, guys, we can be on the market for months before we get paid. And the last thing you want to do is help somebody get into an apartment, and now you have to wait 3 more weeks until you get paid, right? So as agents, it's in our best interest to get paid as soon as possible, and it's in our client's best interest to pay first. I mean, guys, the thing is, well, maybe I'm wrong, but that's just how I handle the transaction. I want to get paid.
That's serious. Just say, I want.
Yes. All right, guys. Well, thank y'all so much for joining the class. I really appreciate it. If y'all have any other questions, if y'all don't want to ask them here, y'all can always text me, email me. But thank you so much for your time. Who do we have? Let's see. Gisela, thank you. Alma's here. Sabrina, John, guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Have a good one.